to see if it's streaming. You want to put the timer for 1.5 hours. I want to stay for more time today. So I think later on I'm gonna probably put the camera and then just stream using the earphone instead of the headphone. Because if I stay with this headphone for too long, it starts getting annoying. It's like uncomfortable. So I'm just gonna keep streaming and probably put some music and then just study. I couldn't figure out the stuff yesterday, as I think it's gonna be more complicated than I thought it would be. Because there's only 2 options, as far as I found or researched, that like only 2 viable options. One is use the ACE library, and the other one is use this code mirror. The ACE one, I think I didn't like it too much because like the only stuff that it has is about putting on the script on the HTML, and I usually don't like to use these kinds of libraries when I'm using Next.js. I think it even doesn't have the HTML, and that's why like it's hard, because then you can create, I think on the document or somewhere else, you can put a script tag and make it work. But I just don't like it that much. And there might be problems on the deployment. So I think for now, the best option is to try this one, because that's the only one left. But the issue with this one is like I get the same vibe from the library from ngraph, the library of the other guy, and the issues that the import system. Because Next.js, as far as I know now, uses Babel, I think, to compile the code. So there's 2 things that happen, I think. One thing that happens is like it goes over all the import statements and puts everything together. And the other thing that happens is that something called minified, which basically is something that removes all of the stuff that is not important, like comments and spaces and stuff like that, in order to make the code as fast as possible for the machine to learn. So, and this happens with the configuration here. Like you can change this configuration in order to change the way that the compiler works. So the problem here is that the way that this library works is just they make it so that it is a series of other modules that exists here. And then when you use this library with a bundler or a loader, which is the stuff that puts all the modules together and puts everything in one file, then it downloads all the other extensions you're gonna need. So the library itself doesn't have the code. It just has like the endpoints for the other stuff that you're gonna need. But the issue is with Next.js, this stuff doesn't work, and I'm not 100% sure why. Obviously, it's like a conflict in the way that the import systems work. I'm not sure if... I think that Code Mirror uses CommonJS and AMD as import systems, and Next.js uses ES6. But I'm not 100% sure about that. And from the tutorial I've seen, it's the best tutorial I found about this from Web Dev Simplified. The other ones were not very good. And I think I left it open here on some tab. Yeah, this one.
And then we want to...
when he does here, it works, but he's using React. So, like... he's doing exactly what I want to do, but on mine it doesn't work because of the import system, I think. So today I'm gonna have to figure out, and maybe it's also because they changed the library at the time, because the video is kind of old. So now the library doesn't have these imports here. But when I try to call this function from here directly, it says that this is not a function and it's a module. So I think I have to run it directly from these parts of the library here, because this one is gonna download these ones. So instead of using this one, I have to see, like, to figure out all of the packages that I'm gonna need and then to figure out how to use them. But the problem is that the documentation is not very good on this library. And also, every time that I face a problem like this, I'm more thankful because you realize like how many people actually build all of this stuff. That seems very simple, but for a website to work nowadays is like insane. The amount of people that had to work like on all of these different libraries is crazy to think about. So yeah. So what I'm gonna do is just study this now and see if I can make it happen by today. Maybe I should go back to doing the Italian stuff at some point. Maybe after this 1 hour and a half I'll do it, because I kind of stopped that. Not sure how useful that is though. I think I would have to put more effort to actually learn how to speak Italian. But I think at least it's better than nothing to do that thing. Yeah, so here it uses this kind of syntax. I think this is CommonJS, and then on the other file it uses ES6, I think. But this one, I think this one is directly on the library itself. But if I go here, like this one calls these libraries from the code mirror, and I think these are the ones that are actually used. And the issue here is that like there's all of these different classes, and then I'm gonna probably have to go over like all of the source code and then try to understand how everything is connected, which might take a lot of time. Because the documentation, I don't like them that much. But like I said, I'm thankful that these people build this stuff in the first place, obviously, because it would be a lot harder to build it from scratch. Also, like I didn't realize when I was thinking about this that there are like a bunch of things involved. I was thinking more like a very simple code editor, but even a simple code editor, you have like the indentation, the history of the commands, and then you have to put keyboard bindings, and then you have to put syntax highlighting, and all of this different stuff that like you take for granted when you're using just a normal IDE. So yeah. And this stuff is not working anymore. The other one also, I think they changed it so that you can only speed up if you have the premium version, which kind of sucks. But maybe I'll get the premium version because it's not that expensive. And it doesn't increase the speed. So let me think what I'm gonna do. Like the thing is that I spent some time reading this stuff, but it's kind of confusing. And I'm not really sure if it's better to go over the documentation or to try to figure out by going over the source code. Because I have to understand how all these components go together. This view, editor view, the extension from the state, and the default key mappings to put the editor together. I think I tried to put this, yeah, with the ref here, and then try to do it, but it doesn't work. Also, the other thing that I've been noticing is that like the whole way that I approach the way that I'm working and studying, like it's something that I've noticed over the past couple of months, I think. But I think I should change the way that I'm doing things, because usually the way that I'm doing is like I feel bad if I'm not working. So it's kind of like I'm trying to work all the time, but then the problem is that the quality decreases over time. So like yesterday, for example, like I spent, I think, anywhere 8 to 10 hours. But the problem is that like it's not very effective, I think. So I think what I should do is just work less, like put a limit on the amount of time I gonna work in the day, and then really try to like put everything on those hours, and then allow myself to rest the rest of that, because I think it's just a more intelligent and effective approach. And I think like most people, for example, so people's natural tendency is always going to be to do less if they can. So in order to counteract that, I think that it becomes a norm that you have to do the 9 to 5 shift and like work 8 hours a day. But then the problem with that is that for the overwhelming majority of people, I think they like are not gonna work for 8 hours. They realistically work only for 2 hours. Like, so the rest of the time they're just pretending that they work. And I think that this is like a not effective thing. But obviously it sucks like for people that have a normal job, because then like there's nothing you can do about it. You have to put the hours. But I think it's just a lot more effective to just work like really work for like anywhere to 5 or 8 hours a day, and then allow yourself to rest after. So yeah, but I'm not really sure, because it's kind of hard to do that, because usually with me, I think there are a lot of people like me as well, that you kind of like you feel weird when you're not working, because you feel like you should be doing something. So I struggle like to come up with a amount of time that would make sense for me, I think. So maybe I'll start with something like 7 hours or something like that, and or maybe 8 hours, and then a decrease over time. Because the problem is like now I think I'm not being effective enough when I work. I'm working for more hours, but then it's not effective. I think I'm gonna put some music. Background, just go over this. And I think like it's just like it reminds me of the Jordan Peterson thing, where he says like clean your room and stuff like that. But I think like there's always a balance to this kind of thing, where it's like a symmetry of you have patterns and you have potential, which is creativity. And then on the side of patterns, you want to be like as strict as possible and as disciplined as possible on that extreme. So I have like people that gravitates towards that. And then on the side of creativity and potential, you just like want to do whatever and be lazy and disorganized. But I think that probably the best, most optimal way is to try to incorporate both of these perspectives at the same time. So it's like you're shifting between them on the frequency. I think that's the best approach. Because the reason why human beings are powerful is not because like they are very disciplined. It's just because we are intelligent. But if you're just intelligent and you're not disciplined, then also it lacks balance. So you need both, obviously. But I think like there's something about allowing yourself to rest, and like the effort has to come from a place that is not like trying to force things to happen. Is more like on the flow state, where I think training, like physical training, is a great analogy for this. I think like you can only allow yourself to rest more once you force yourself to overtrain over a period of time, because that way you know your true limits. So first you have to like really surpass like and force yourself, and then you know like you increase the baseline of effort you're capable of doing, and then from that point you decrease again. I think that's the best approach, because that way you're getting the best of both worlds, where you have the discipline, but at the same time you're not coming from a place of insecurity that you have to work all the time. So yeah, I'm trying to achieve that balance. I should mark this with aim A. And pass F12, go to this. So then I can come back. Yeah, there we go. Like, this is the issue, because I was trying to see if I could figure out an easier way, because I know that I've been through this many times, where I have to study the source code, and there's always the problem. And this is exactly the reason why I'm trying to build this thing, this visualization thing, because that's the biggest problem we have with studying these libraries, that everything is going to be connected, and then you have to keep going back and forth between a bunch of different files to see like what the fuck is going on. It takes the longest time. Like, is the difference between going over the source code and talking to someone that created the library. Like, if you talked to someone, I think it would be far easier to understand, because the way that they would convey the information is just by explaining what are the core concepts and how everything is linked together. But if you go over the source code, it becomes a lot more complicated to understand everything, because you have to go like sequentially, and when they're explaining, they can jump around on the ideas. So that's the fact I'm trying to get out of the visualization. Whereas like you have someone there explaining for you, but it's just a visualization showing you stuff. I think this just handles the size of the input there for the ID. Like stuff related to that. Yeah, blah blah blah. I think I'm just gonna go back to the the main class. No observer. I think it passes the view probably. No, it passes this. Oh yeah, editor view. So this is the state of the view, and the class is obviously the editor view. What I don't understand is if this, because it's not showing there, so it can be the problem with the graph, and it can be the problem that there is other components, because like the view needs to be on top of something that adds the functionality. I'm not really sure, or maybe I just need to pass this like as a component here instead of using the stacks error. The problem is that, like, I think the documentation is more talking about the when you use the function. You use this instead, and then you have to use this stuff here, but it doesn't work on Next.js. And ChatGPT is not good as well, because I think that it doesn't have on its dataset. I think that something changed with this library since the time that they trained ChatGPT, because it gave me the outdated answer. So maybe if I had plugins, then it would work. But I think now it doesn't work. Or maybe I can try to prompt in a different way as well. Maybe I can try to use forgot what I was gonna say. It's logging to the OpenAPI. Yeah, I can try to use the classes that I have there to ask questions. It's trying to log in the thing. Okay, nice. So I think I should try to put these classes here, these imports, and then ask me to explain, because I think that even though the library changed, I think it just changed probably from the import, or it's because it's Next.js, so it's not working. But the answer ChatGPT gave me, like, he said that this code should work with Next.js. Also tried dynamic imports, but it doesn't work as well with this stuff here. Dynamic imports allow you to load the libraries on the client side, but you can do that, and you can also initialize the stuff on side of useEffect. I think it's more common to initialize stuff on inside of the useEffect. So I think if I ask me to explain the libraries themselves, it's probably gonna have something on the dataset. I wonder if there is any studies. I think I should research that later, for the optimal amount of time for concentration. I think I've seen some stuff that Andrew Huberman talks about, but I don't remember really well. what is the optimal amount for like working in a day, and like what is the optimal amount for intervals as well. I think I've seen that for the intervals, like a lot of people do the Pomodoro, which is like kind of what I'm doing now. But I think Andrew Huberman, was either Andrew Huberman or someone else that I don't remember, that talks about flow state, that says that like the ideal is to do kind of like a Pomodoro thing, but instead of doing like the exact time, you do by the way that you feel. And that obviously is gonna depend on how much you, like how in tune you are with the amount of concentration you can do, or how tired you are. And I think that makes sense because it's more flexible. So, but I think the ideal way is just to do that. Like you spend some time focusing, and then you take breaks. And I think the stuff that they said was probably 20% or something like that. So you, let's say you spend an hour, then you rest for 20% of that, which would be, I think, 15. Well, no, it would be 12 minutes. So for 1 hour, you do 12 minutes break. And if you spend more, then you do more breaks. And it's like this correlation between how much effort you put and how much time you rest. And I think it makes sense because also it should be like a wave function, I think. It's like everything else, it works in cycles. Cycles that have a frequency that are related to the experience of the observer. I think there is a correlation between our biochemistry and the way that the frequency of these states work in yourself. Editable view of the document. Coordinating code mirror components. Through view.
Something's burning up inside me, I need let go. And were you laying in my bed or was I dreaming? I don't wanna know.
So the parents shouldn't be the ref. But then the thing is, like I kind of need to use a ref. So maybe, how do I do it? Do I pass as props? The thing obviously is that I could use document here selector to get the next.js div. But the thing is that I think it's better to use ref hook to get access to that, but then I can't get access here. Maybe I should create another context and then pass the main thing to this. Or maybe I should put everything from the code editor into a context. Gotcha. Start. So I think I should put as a child of this thing here. Obviously, it's gonna depend on the other one as well. You know, I need to go to the other thing, but for now, I think I should put. Maybe I should just put in. I think a good idea is just put in document body, and then I figure out later. Yeah, I think I should put as a child of this one. No, I should create another div and then put, because I'm gonna split the editor with the canvas here. I'll be right back.
Tell me what you dream of. Is it the river of a sweet love? 'Cause I've been craving something real love, and I need your touch.
Yeah, I think ChatGPT is wrong. It doesn't have these attributes. Or maybe editor wrong. So it's a function. It doesn't have this function either. Let me see. Because here I'm passing these three things here. Oh, no, just the object with the configuration. So let's see how the configuration is used. So it gets the root here from the parent.
Got ready for the night in. She's heading for the lights. She sees the vision going.
Yes, I think it's just these attributes you can pass. Dispatch, then parent and state.
See how she dances and she sips the coke.
Where's the doc coming from?
She can't tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. But she sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. But she sips the Coca-Cola.
It doesn't exist here.
Tell the difference yet.
Weird.
She can't tell the
I want to understand how it works, like how the main classes are connected.
She can't tell the difference yet. She can't tell the difference yet. She can't tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for. They don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now.
So there's this one,
She sips the Coke.
and what's the other
She can't tell the
main one?
difference yet. That's what you're coming
I think the state probably.
wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor. You're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. She sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet.
I want to go to the actual folder. Under states and view. I think the state is just the data structures that he uses to change the state of the IDE, and then the other one is the view. And I'm not sure how they are related, how they are connected to each other. And how to use the state. Maybe I should do like this, see how many classes.
That's what you're coming for. They don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor. You're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. She sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference.
I'm also not very good at combining these classes with the React components, function components. It feels kind of weird, true. But I think I should get more used to thinking about like ways to connect both. It's kind of like a static method thing. So they are not related to the class, but they are inside of the class. I'm starting to understand more how it works. Just struggling to think about how to incorporate this into the components. Because it looks like it's... maybe I should move from this file first. And just put directly on the component itself, on the page. See if it's gonna render. Because I don't know if just with this stuff, maybe I'm passing, it's because I'm passing like this thing here. If I pass document body, it's gonna work. And I'm using that thing on here. And then this returns the text area there. This one here. Yeah, so the thing that I'm thinking about is I should probably receive as props on the component here, the ref, and then I put the ref current here, but I'm not really sure if that works or not. Because then I'm gonna place this component not on this page here, but on the page that has the graph. I'm gonna create a different div here that has the nodes and the editor. And then I'm gonna split. Maybe I should create another div to separate them as well. On top of this one. Like here. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Probably it does because I want to control the size of them from the external div, from this div instead of from the component directly. But maybe not. It's better to control from the component. And the problem is that if I control through the component, then it's not like flexible because I can't use on other pages, things like that. So I think it's better to just, yeah, I'll have to think about that. How to make the component fit on the outside external div. So here maybe I should pass as props, and then I use ref here on this page, and then I pass the ref as props, and then put ref current here. Maybe I should do... I don't think that forward ref is necessary actually, because just using directly on this component. Maybe on this one, but yeah. Problem is that then I'm not sure if it's gonna work, because there might be... like this component obviously is gonna have a lot more stuff. Yeah, the tricky thing is gonna be how I'm gonna switch. Like, that's why I'm thinking it's probably better to put the editor and the visualization on different pages. Because how it might be a lot more difficult to switch between the bindings for the navigating the graph and navigating the code editor if I leave them on the same page. But maybe I can create a use state variable. Yeah, but then, like, yeah, the user would have to You press a button and then it would change from the trimming button. Maybe I can create the event on selection actually. It makes more sense. So when they click on the canvas, then it switches through the canvas.
I wanna be thrown into the rivers that flow through you. I wanna be thrown into your tide. I wanna become like you and move the
I think the only change is gonna be through the code state, through the whatever name state there. That handles the data structures. Yes, we're gonna run this so it stops the annoying error there. Like, how do I know if this is working or not? That's the thing. Oh, now it looks like it is working with the keys there. So it looks like it is here because I'm putting on the thing. I can also obviously, you know, I didn't think about this. Just wrap this around the other components, another div. Let's see if this works. Then maybe I don't need to put this text area. Yeah, now it changes here. Interesting. It's obviously because I put the div. And the thing is still here. Oh, but now there is a class here. Just pointing the editor here. Oh, I can see here. Oh, it's because of the color that I wasn't seeing. So how do I change the color? You can go right back. So I think I'll change with this div for now. And then maybe I'll do the thing to put the class directly on the editor view. I think it's just better and easier to do with the div first.
I wanna hear you call my name. I wanna feel your touch on me again.
Didn't work. Why it's not working? Well, that's why. Now I don't know if I should use this module system or just create a normal file. I think I'm gonna try with the module system first. Doesn't work, then I just use the normal file because it's easier. I should put just editor instead of editor div. And part style strong. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's the problem. Like, I think it's creating two equal classes because I'm using useEffect. So in each render, let me see if I can initialize outside of the useEffect. But I think it's gonna give me an error because it depends on the window object. But maybe not. Oh, maybe on the return. That's the thing. Yeah, document is not defined. I think on the return I have to clean up. So how do I do that? That's ChatGPT.
wish I could say sorry, but I don't have much to say. You won't believe me anyway.
Let's try.
Causing arguments, stood in my defense. I'm scared to walk away. What I'm trying to say about me, I don't know me very.
But I'm not sure if this is a good solution, even if it works. Because it might be better to try to keep the state. Like when someone like refreshes the page or leaves the page. That's maybe you can use local storage to do that. Well, let me see with Python tutor how they do it. I think what I'm building is not the same as Python tutor. It's gonna be very similar, but it's completely different, I think. Because the way that they approach is more from like looking at the frames and the stuff here. And I think it's very similar in a way because I'm doing the same thing, but it's different because I think my goal is different. Like this goal is more understanding like how the variables are working when you execute, like visualizing the stack frame, the execution, step by step. But my point of view is more to try to visualize the software design of the thing and simultaneously understand the execution of everything. So I think it's very similar, but it's different. Let me see. Yeah, it just cleans it up. Let's see if if I press Ctrl Z also, it doesn't go back. So I guess I can leave like this for now, and then maybe later I'll figure out how to... I know that GitHub now has a version where they have the IDE completely on the browser. So obviously you can make it work somehow, but I think it's far more complicated. Probably to make that work. So it's pretty much VS Code on the browser. Pretty crazy. So now I have to understand how the state relates to the view. I'm also thinking about changing the backend and using a REST API first, because it's gonna be easier, I think, and building on Django instead of Flask. So not really sure. I'm probably not gonna be able to do everything today. Because after I build this IDE, then I have to figure out the parts, like all the endpoints and how it's gonna work. Like when I send the code, I have to send the code, then it's gonna execute. Then after it executes on the response, on the front end has to listen to the response or to get the response, and then with the response, create the visualization for the graph. So it's gonna be like put the code, send to the backend, execute the code, send back to the front end, then go to the data to graph thing, this function, then create the graph network and parse the data into the graph, and then from the graph, then build the canvas. And the difficult part is on the deployed version. I think on localhost is a lot easier, I think, to test, because the biggest challenge with the deployment is that it's very hard to debug if there's something wrong. Because you can't look at anything, like you can't change if it works on the localhost but it doesn't work on deployment, it's very hard to know why.
Life is all about you, and not at all about you. Now that's two
Is it gonna complain? So I guess that when you import this, you are importing the
everything you choose
editor state.
while observing.
It's kind of confusing why it exists on this file on the declaration, but it doesn't exist on
Not the answer.
the other one.
Otherwise, you couldn't differentiate between the two.
But I think this one points to this editor state here.
But I promise I was letting you. They say we're all one, but where have we been heading to? I'd rather die free than have to live inside a petting zoo. I am the journey that I'm getting to.
Oh, I guess it's exporting on the other one instead of importing. That's why. I think I confused the two. It's on this one, I think. Yeah, it exports this. No, but it's importing this one.
Gratitude is my destination.
So I guess it's just importing the type.
My destiny is perfectly aligned with this location. I am the map, so I travel back in time. I have everything I want because my imagination is mine. But mine is not enough for me because I am not my mind. I could see it all, but never get to see I'm truly blind. I could be it all, but all identities
Yeah.
intertwined. The moon is only bright because it reflects the sun's shine. It's not the human race. It's just the human
Oh, I think on the doc here I should put the on change. So instead of putting this thing here, I just pass the function.
So I started taking
Make this equal to a function, and then the return is gonna be the on change, I think. Like the example here. So this would be the value of the doc there, I think. Because that allows you to change the state of the thing based on the user input. I think that's how it works. Or maybe this is the class that is equivalent to the other example there. So this is the one that should have the onChange function. I think I'll put 1 more hour because I don't feel like taking a break now. I think a break after 1 hour. I think this class doesn't have a parent because it's gonna be implemented on the view, probably. Maybe I should change to be a text area instead of a div there. Because I think the state is not gonna be, it's not gonna put the text. Like the main thing that I'm struggling to understand now is how to set up these transactions. So I think that the way that it works is it tracks the state of the IDE based on this transactions thing. And then like all of these classes are used to create data structures that are gonna hold the state of the IDE. And each one of them does certain things. But then how do you keep track, like what is the correct way to update to send transactions, create transactions? Should you create a transaction every time the user gives an input, or should you bundle like only when they stop writing? Like, and how do you decide that? That's the tricky thing. I'm first gonna try to like see if I can visualize there, if it works with the editor state, and then I think I'll try a bunch of different things and just test to see how it works until I figure out like what's the correct way to put it. Also think it's probably better to just look at the source code instead of looking at the documentation, because it's easier to understand what I can pass you in the beginning. But I think if I only pass doc, it should probably work for now, and then I'll see how to pass more stuff. These lies. Oh. I also don't understand what this selection is about. Oh, maybe this is just the config. So I'm passing the wrong way here. That's why. I'll be right back. is this thing here that is giving the error. We need to pass this on the configuration. Probably need to pass the other stuff as well. But I think that the documentation doesn't explain what it is. Or maybe, like, what should I pass here when initializing the thing.
She said, I'm running around looking for peace of mind.
I guess this function returns a new state. That's why it works like this. If I remember correctly there. Yeah, this one returns the constructor here. So it's just easier to initialize with this thing. And then sets everything up for you. Like the other stuff here. There we go, finally. So I think I need to make this text area instead of the div. Yeah, but now it doesn't have the initial thing there.
Graphics starts.
Or is this because it's putting the divs inside? Yeah, so obviously it must work to type stuff. But it's putting the div there as a child of this one, so it doesn't work if you put text area there. I have to figure out how to make it so people can. Oh, you can code here. You just change. Ah, interesting. So I guess just changing the color, probably. Also, oh no, yeah, the background works. It's just weird that's... I guess I can change the language based on the settings or something like that. And the tab is still not working. So I think just with the settings it's probably gonna work. And also the height is not working. I guess it's because of this div though. Where is it? I think it's on here. No, but it didn't put here. I'm gonna try with this thing here. Alright. I think it doesn't work like this. Yeah. It's just better if I change the class directly there instead of changing the divs, because then, like, if I change the div, it doesn't change this thing here. So it's probably better to do the way that ChatGPT was saying. Problem here is that on the initialization there it creates these divs and then appends to the parent one, and I guess the class is gonna be created on the editor view thing. So the issue is that if I can solve by changing the source code, but then I have to download the library locally, I think. If I wanna do that, probably not the best. So I have to see if there's another solution. There should be probably something here that allows you to change, obviously, the way that it looks. Otherwise, it would be unusable, I think. As here already.
get a phone call from the queen with 100 heads. She says that they're all dead. She tried the last one on, couldn't speak, fell off, and now she just wanders the hall, thinking nothing at all. Once there was a man who had a little too much time on his hand and never stopped to think that he was getting older. But when his night came to an end, he tried to grasp for his last friend and pretend that he could wish himself health on a four-leaf clover.
Now it's all over me.
Sound is a color, spectrum of love. Heart is a shelter, and you're holding my hand, falling together. Spectrum of love. I'm seeing it all, seeing it all. Spectrum, spectrum, and I'm seeing it all. Now I see it all. Spectrum, spectrum of love. Spectrum of love. Spectrum of love. Now I see it all. Now it's all over me. Sound is a color, spectrum of love. Heart is a shelter, and you're holding my hand, falling together. Spectrum of love. I'm seeing it all, seeing it all. Spectrum, spectrum, and I'm seeing it all. Now I see it all. Spectrum, spectrum of love. Spectrum of love. Spectrum of love. Now I see it all. gone too far? Have I gone too far? On the other side, on the other side, am I losing my mind? Welcome to the other Welcome to the other side.
Apparently it doesn't change anything. It's still the same thing. I'm trying to figure out how to style this in the easiest way possible, but I think I have to look at the source code. Because the documentation, it's either... Maybe it's not outdated, but it doesn't talk about this so far. So I have to see how to... Maybe calling the method directly there, passing, like figuring out one of those methods to call, and then change the value of the classes here. Like the style of the classes. I think I have to figure out how to change the style of this one. This one seems to be the main one. And I'm not really sure why it's not working as well with the extension here. I think it should be highlighting, but maybe this does something else. Don't know. At least I'm making progress, I think. I think like this stuff doesn't work. And the issue is that a lot of answers ChatGPT gives, it just doesn't work. Maybe instead of here, you should put it on the state, but I think on the documentation is on the view. Yeah. It's the view, basic, center. And maybe I can import this from here as well. Let's see. But maybe it's better to leave it like this so I know that it's coming from the view. So I should separate instead of... but then I think that this basic setup doesn't work. I think I'm gonna try to do it the other way around, actually. Where I put basic setup here. And then I just remove the code mirror imports. That doesn't work. Oh no, it's because I have to. And then I think the viewer should work as well. If I just pass through here instead. Yeah, it works. I think it's better this way. I think also it has less chance of failing on the deployment because of some weird import thing that Babel or Webpack does. So I think I'm gonna take a break now. I'm gonna continue to work on this after. Maybe watch some videos. Just so I can close the tabs here. Yeah, but the issue wasn't dynamic imports. I think it's just because they changed the library. So now these tutorials are outdated. Yeah, so the main thing I have to figure out now is how to change this in style and then make all of the other extensions work, like syntax highlighting. And I think it's just gonna be like figuring out how to download them or how to find the classes and initialize them and then pass in the configuration of either one of these, the extensions here. And then I think it's gonna work. Then once I have that, then I can think about like probably the way that it's gonna happen, like that I'm gonna do it, is just put the on change function on the dock here, so that whenever they type on the text area, maybe it's not like that though. I'll have to see. but then I have to make it so that it changes the state based on what they type. And then once they click the button, it sends the state to the API and then does the rest of the system. And then I'm gonna have to figure out the API parts. Maybe I'll try it out with Flask first, because I already have the WebSocket connection. So maybe I just try to emit an event, and then I create an event on the other side, just to see if it's gonna work, like the whole loop. And then if it works, then like at first I'm gonna make it better, make it look better, and put on the other page of the graph, and like make it work, everything work first. And then once I have that, then I think I can see if I can create a Django API instead, and see how to deploy all that stuff, and change to a REST API instead of a WebSocket. I think the reason why I was thinking about WebSockets is because I think it would be nice. I think I'll have to implement both at some point. Maybe it's better. Yeah, I'm not sure, because the reason why I was thinking about WebSockets is because then I can show like live updates. I think that would be, if that was possible, it would be really nice to, like, as the script executes, it shows the animation on the canvas of the graph being made like in real time. I think that would be really nice. But it might be too complicated to apply that. I think it's better to do with the REST API first, because it's a lot more simple. And then I'll think about if I put the WebSocket. But I'm gonna take a break now. So I think I'm gonna do the 20% stuff. Yeah. So 2 hours and a half is 150 minutes. Yeah, so 150 times 0.2. So 30 minutes. And maybe I'll just do 20 and then I'll come back. I think I'll actually do 15 and then I'll watch videos while I eat something. So I'll be right back.
library that you're trying to integrate into your Next.js app but are stuck because that library doesn't support server-side rendering. My name is Otto, and in this video I'll show you how to fix that using Next.js dynamic imports. Let's do it. Alright, so let's talk about dynamic import functionality that comes with Next.js. Next.js does support ES2020's dynamic import for JavaScript, and you can think of dynamic imports as just another way for you to split your code into manageable chunks, but also it's a way that you can use other libraries created by other people in your Next.js application. And perhaps the biggest use of dynamic imports that I've seen for Next.js is when you're trying to load a library in your application that does not support server-side rendering by default. And if you were to just try to import this library in your application, you would get an error and your application would crash. But luckily, the Next.js docs have a lot of different examples on how to handle this. So we go from basic usage to dealing with named imports, and then perhaps the biggest one is this with no SSR, which is going to allow us to work with our components and bring in React libraries that don't support server-side rendering, but still be able to use them in our Next.js applications, just like we would. So I've been hacking around on a little project the last couple of days that actually uses a couple libraries that don't work well with server-side rendering, and I wanted to show you how I solve the issues in my Next.js application, and hopefully these are applicable to you. So I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code, and I have this page called write.js, which is a code editor, and I'm trying to import CodeMirror as well as the Plotly library that's going to allow me to generate some plots and graphs. So CodeMirror, if you're not familiar, we can take a look at their site really quickly, allows you to have a code editor within the browser. And this is traditionally a JavaScript library that was converted into a React component by this user, Sal Nero, and his library React-CodeMirror 2 works really, really great if you're building a React application, but if you're trying to use it in a Next.js app, you might run into some issues. And then the second library we'll work with is called Plotly, and again, this was a traditionally JavaScript library that has a React wrapper around it called React-Plotly. So I have both of these libraries installed, imported in my Next.js project, and right now I'm just trying to import them the old-fashioned way. So just running import, getting the name of the export, and then trying to use it in my application. So in my component here, I'm trying to load in CodeMirror, and then below here, trying to load in the Plotly library. So if we were to build and launch this application in its current state, we would get a couple of errors. So let's actually do that and see what we get. So I'm going to open up my terminal here and just run npm run dev, and the application is going to compile. But when I go to access my application in the browser, I'm going to get a couple of issues. So let's go back into the browser. I'm going to navigate to localhost 3000 and then the right page, and I'm going to get a server error right away saying that the document is not defined, and in the call stack here, if I look at it, I see most of my errors coming from the Plotly package. And the reason for this is, by default, on the server side, document does not exist. It is a browser construct. So without a document on the backend, I can't use the Plotly library. And this is where the next dynamic package is going to come in and allow us to only load this package on the client side and not on the server side. So to show you how this works, let's go back into Visual Studio Code, and we are going to first, let's fix the Plotly example, because right now this is our biggest blocker. And the way we're going to do that is first we're going to import the dynamic library from Next.js. So to do this, we're going to run import dynamic from next dynamic. So this is going to give us the ability to import modules dynamically using Next.js. And then we're going to update our Plotly import to use this new dynamic feature that we brought in. All right, so let's use this dynamic function that we brought in from next dynamic. To do this, what we're going to do is we're going to set our import to a variable. So we'll say const plot, and we're going to set it to the dynamic function, which takes two parameters. The first parameter is going to be a function, so we'll just call it a function, and the second parameter is going to be an options item. So for right now, we'll just pass in an empty object, and what we're going to return in the function that we call is going to be our ES2020 import statement. So we're going to say return import, and we're importing the React Plotly.js library, and then in our object, we're going to specify server-side rendering, and we're going to say false. So we only want the Plotly library to load on the client side and not on the server side. And then we're going to delete the import statement that we had before, hit save, let our application rebuild, and then let's go back into our browser and see if this fixed our Plotly issue. So let's go back into our browser, and I already am seeing the new fancy plot. If I refresh the page, I see that my application has loaded now. But if I inspect my element and look at the console, I'm going to see another error saying expected server HTML to contain a matching div in div, and this error actually comes from the CodeMirror library that we brought in. This one also was able to render on the client side, but we're not able to get the syntax highlighting that we would expect, and we're also getting this error, which for right now is not breaking our build, but if we were to continue using it, it can give us trouble down the line. So the next thing we're going to do is go into our Next.js code and fix that CodeMirror import to be loaded dynamically using the next dynamic library. All right, so here we are back in Visual Studio Code, and let's fix our CodeMirror import to make sure that it also loads dynamically using the dynamic package. This one is going to look very similar to our Plotly import, but there will be some changes, so let's go through those. We'll start off just like we did with the Plotly example. We'll say const CodeMirror, and then we're going to set its value to dynamic, make it an arrow function, and then pass in that second options parameter. We'll set the SSR to false. But here's where things get a little tricky. The CodeMirror library by default is going to give us two different ways to import CodeMirror into our application, a controlled way and an uncontrolled way. So if we were to just do something like return import React CodeMirror 2, save it just like what we did in CodeMirror 2, save this and try to run our application, we're going to run into an issue. And let's see what that issue is. Well, first of all, I need to spell dynamic correctly, and then let's turn this off. We're just coming out that initial import. Now if we go into our browser, we're going to see an error, and if we refresh our page, we see that the element type is invalid and our page doesn't load. And the reason for this is we have to specify whether we want controlled or uncontrolled from the React CodeMirror library, and at the moment we do not do that. To do this with the ES2020 import style statements, as well as the next dynamic package, what we can do is in our import here, run a dev function, and this dev function is going to get us that library, so we'll get the module out of it. And then when we return the module, what we're going to return, rather than the whole library, we're just going to return mod.controlled. And if you were looking at the autocomplete, we have controlled and uncontrolled. So now with this then statement, we are exporting the controlled CodeMirror instance that we want and not the entire library. So if we go back into our code now, refresh, we should see what we expect, and we do. Our application has loaded correctly. We can refresh and we can see our changes, and everything works really, really well. Now we just have one last issue that may not be directly apparent in the UI, and if we refresh our console here, we're not even going to see it. But if we go into our Visual Studio Code and look at the terminal output, we'll see that we are getting this unhandled promise rejection error, and it is telling us that navigator is not defined. And this issue is coming from our CodeMirror mode packages. And the reason we're seeing these issues, if you're not familiar with these types of imports, what we're doing here is importing a library, and in this case, the GitHub flavored Markdown and the YAML front matter libraries, but we only want them for their side effects. We only want their code to execute and be able to run in our application. We're not getting anything specific out of them or using any of their elements. So for that reason, we wouldn't be able to use this dynamic way of loading the library without it causing issues. But what we can do here to get rid of our errors is just check to see if we are in the browser, and if we are, then we can import the modules. Otherwise, we're going to skip it. So to do this, we're just going to write a simple if statement. So we'll say if type of window is not undefined, and type of window.navigator is also not undefined, then we are going to import these two libraries. I'm going to hit save here. And now what this is going to do is it's going to ensure that when our Next.js component is loaded, if it's not in the browser, then these libraries are not going to be imported, and these errors should go away. So I see that my app is compiled successfully. Let's go back in here, refresh the page, and we see that we get the nice syntax highlighting. If we were to add some, GitHub flavor markdown or YAML, we would get those things. So let's say title hello. So everything in our code editor works really, really well. And if we look at Visual Studio Code, we no longer see any navigator errors. And you might be asking yourself, well, why don't I just import CodeMirror or the React Plotly library using this if statement? And the reason for that is if you are importing a library, if you just want it for the side effects and you're doing this kind of import, that's going to work. But if you try to import this way, you're trying to get a value out of it, then your application will not run and it's going to crash because your import statements must be at the root level of the page. So if I were to just hit save here, you'll see that import and export may only appear at the top level. And that's really all I had for this video. I hope you found it useful. Next.js is a really, really powerful framework, and it's a framework that's built on top of React. And React has traditionally been a single page application framework that runs entirely in the browser. So many libraries that are built around React are not made for server-side rendering. So you are very likely going to run into these issues sooner rather than later. And I hope that this video showed you how to get around it and work with those libraries and ensure that they can be loaded in your Next.js application so you get the best of both worlds. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time.
Faster, more performant code, then dynamic module imports are what you need. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly what they are and give you 3 real-world use cases of where I would use dynamic module imports.
React, Plotly.js library.
Welcome back to Web
and then
Simplified. My name's Kyle, and my job is to simplify the web for you so you can start building your dream project sooner. So if that sounds interesting, make sure you subscribe to the channel for more videos just like this. Now to get started, I just have some really basic code setup where I have this user file, which just has a class for a user, which takes the first name and last name. It has a print user function that exports, which just prints out the first and last name. And then in our script, we're using a standard import to import the user. The print user function, we're creating a new user, and then we're printing out that user. And as you can see on the right side of our screen, we're getting the result. Super straightforward stuff. This is what you would use almost always when you're dealing with import and export statements. Now the way this code currently works is that it's going to first download our script.js file, and then immediately it's going to download this user.js file as soon as the page loads. Or if you're using some type of bundler like Webpack, what's going to happen is your user and your script file are going to get combined into one file, which gets downloaded by the user. So no matter what happens, all of the user.js code and all of the script.js code is being downloaded as soon as the page loads. Now with dynamic module import, what we can do is actually make it so certain codes in our application only get loaded after our initial page load, or they get loaded at some later point, or they don't even get loaded at all. Let me show you how you can convert this code to use dynamic module imports. It's actually pretty straightforward. Instead of using this import statement here, we're going to use a function called import instead. And that import function, all you do is you just pass it the name of the file. So in our case, it's called user.js. So far all we've done is call the import function and pass the file into it. And this returns to us a promise. So we can use .then on the end of it. And this is going to give us all the information for our module. So if I really quickly just come here and console log out what this is returning to us, you can see over here we get a module, and it contains a default property, which is our user class, and this print user function, which is our print user function. So what we can do is actually destructure this. So we come here and we just say, we're going to destructure this into an object which has a default property, which we know is our user class, and it has a print user function. So now we have access to that user class and that print user function. And it's pretty much the same content that we have here inside of this section. And to make it even more apparent, what you could do instead is actually take this user and put it inside of our parentheses here. So we could say default as user. This does the exact same thing. So really all we're doing is we're taking this mapping here and we're moving it down into a destruction mapping down here. If you're unfamiliar with how destruction works, I have an entire video on it. I'll link in the card and description for you. But now that we have that, then we can essentially copy this code, paste it inside here, comment out everything else here. Now we click save and you can see we get the exact same result. But now we're doing a dynamic import instead of doing a static import. The big difference is that this is only going to get loaded when we call this import function. So if we're coming here and put like a set timeout and we wrap this inside of a set timeout. And we said that our set timeout is going to be 5 seconds, for example. Well, what's going to happen is our page is going to load, and then 5 seconds later, it's going to download this code for our user.js, and then it's going to run all the code inside of it, and you'll see it print out Kyle code after that 5 second delay. And if you have a bundler, for example, what's going to happen is it's actually not going to combine together your user.js and your script.js. It's only going to download your script.js, and then after 5 seconds, it's going to download all the code inside your user.js file. This is going to lead to quicker speeds for loading your pages. And that right there is essentially the basics of how this works. So let me jump into probably the first most useful example of this, and that's the idea of splitting up your code into different bundles. So you only have to download the minimal amount of code at first, and then if you need extra code, you'll download it as you go. It's very similar to what we have here. Let's just imagine that normally we have some import that's just called setup admin user. And we're just going to import that from some random class. We'll just call it /admin.js. It doesn't really matter what it is. We just have some admin related JavaScript, and we're going to call a function called setup admin user. And what this is going to do is just going to set up all of our admin user stuff. So it's just going to be like making our fields editable that aren't normally editable for certain users. What we want to do is first to make sure that we are a user. So if our user is an admin, then we're going to call this function right here. Otherwise, we never actually care about this code. Well, if you're just doing a normal import like this, what's going to happen is this admin.js code is going to be downloaded by your user. Even if they're not an admin user, it doesn't matter. Every single person downloads this code, and then only the admins are actually going to run the code. So for most of your users, you're downloading all this code in admin.js, which could be a huge file, but most of the users are never actually using it. This is an ideal place where you want to use a dynamic import because you don't really want to download this code unless the user actually needs it. So instead, you can move your import inside here. We're going to import from admin.js, and we're going to use that .then syntax, and we just want to make sure we extract out here that setup admin user function. And then we're going to call that setup admin user function, and we don't need to import out here. Now what's happening is only if we are an admin user, then we're going to download this code. But if we're not an admin user, it's as if this doesn't even exist, so it never actually downloads this code. So if you have a huge JavaScript file that only a few users are going to use, this is a great use case where you want to dynamically import that because most of your users don't actually care and don't need this code. But the few users that do need it, they're just going to get it downloaded as soon as the page loads already. Speeding up page load times is the most obvious use case for this, but another use case is when you have a bunch of different files that you only really need one of, so you only want to download one, but without dynamic imports, you have to download them all. So translations are a great example of this. As you can see, we have a bunch of translation files with English, Spanish, French. As you can see, in each one of these we have an object for translations. We're translating hi here into Spanish, French, and English. And you can imagine, you have 20 different languages, and each one of these files is massive because every single piece of text in your website needs to be translated. So these are big files, and there's lots of them. And right now we're importing every single one of these files. We have our user who has a locale, so this user is an English user, and then we're just checking to see what locale the user is. If they're Spanish, we use Spanish translations. If they're French, we use French translations, and we just default to English so that way if it's the translation we don't have supported, we're just going to default to English. As you can see, it prints out hi down here because we're printing out the translation for hi. If we change here to Spanish, you can see it prints out hola. We can do French here to print out the French version, and if we do something like Russian, which we don't support, it just defaults to English. Now the problem with this is we're downloading all the translations for every language we support. And again, like I said, this could be massive files that you're downloading. Instead, we want to just download the files that we need. What we can do instead is use a dynamic import and dynamically create the actual name of the file. So let's just go down here a little ways. We're going to use import. What we want to do is we're going to use string interpolation to create our file name dynamically. As we know, you can see here the file name starts with our user's locale and then ends with /translation here. So I'm going to copy the second part of this, and we know that it starts out /, then it goes locale, and then it goes this. So we can just say in here user.locale, and this right here is going to create a string that has the user's locale at the beginning and then the translation.js. So it's only going to download the one individual file that we need. We make sure I put that back in there. So now what we can do is we can say .then, and this is going to give us our translations. So we can just say we want to get our default out here, which is our translations. There we go. And then inside here we can use those translations. So now we actually have the translations, so we can say translations.hi, and that's going to print that out. So we'll say console.log, translations.hi. I can comment out all this code up here. And now if I save, I make sure I change this to something like English, that's actually going to work. You can see it prints out hi. But we don't have that default right now. What I want to do instead is just make sure that for the default, if we don't actually have a file to be downloaded, we use this English version instead. A really easy way for us to do that is just throw in a .catch here before our .then. This .catch is going to get called anytime there's an error. So if there's an error locating this file, if it doesn't exist, it's going to call this .catch. And inside this .catch, all that I want to do is just import our English file. So we're going to say /English translations.js, and then our .then is going to take in this English by default if our translations doesn't exist. Otherwise, it's going to take the translation for the current locale. So let's delete all this code here. So we're just left with our user and this dynamic import here. I'm going to save. You can see English works correctly. We change this to Spanish. You can see that it prints out hola. If we do something that doesn't exist, such as Russian, you can see we can ignore this error because it's just a devlog thing. But you'll see that it says hi right here, and that's because it failed to find the file with the Russian translation. So instead caught the error here, and now it's importing the English version, and then down here it's using that English version as our fallback. This right here allows us to download only one file, which saves on memory space. It also saves on download speeds. It's super useful. Now, this final example I want to talk about is going to be similar to the previous example, but the focus is going to be a bit different. The last example was all about saving not only time, but also saving memory, because instead of downloading hundreds of massive files, we're only downloading one file. This use case is more about saving time and memory, but only if we need it. Take, for example, if we have an array of different shapes, and we built out a complex rendering engine where we have hundreds of different shapes that we want to render out. Well, normally what we need to do is import all the rendering engines for every single one of these different shapes, and then we need to check what shape it is, and then render out. And as you can see, we have two rectangles and triangles. Turns out over here we render some rectangles and triangles. Because all these functions do is just print out render triangle or render rectangle. Pretty straightforward. But with dynamic module imports, we can make sure that we're only importing the files that we actually need when we need them. So if we only ever render rectangles or triangles, we don't actually import the other module. So to do that, we can just change this for each loop type, and we're just going to put our // at the beginning and our .js at the end, and this is going to get us the file we need. Then what we want to do is get that default export out of here, which we're just going to call render. Doesn't matter what we give it for a name. And then we're just going to call render with our shape. Now if we save this, you can see we get the exact same result. It's render rectangle, then triangle, and then rectangle. We don't need these imports up here anymore, which is nice. And the best part is if we only ever render rectangles, there's no triangles to render, we're never going to import the triangle.js file, which is just going to save us time, memory, and space. Also something that's pretty nice is that we can actually use async await with imports really simply. So we can make this an async function. We can await this, and then instead of using .then, we're just going to take our default out here, and we're going to call it render. Set that equal to waiting for this. We get rid of all this code down here, all of the .then, and we can just call that render function with our shape. This is going to give us the exact same result that you can see on the side. So if you like async await, you can use it with the import syntax super easy. And if you're unfamiliar with async await, I have a full video on it in the cards and description you can check out. Now if you enjoyed this video, you're going to want to check out my JavaScript simplified course where I cover concepts like this in depth so you can understand everything you need to know about JavaScript. If you want to check out that course, I'm going to link it down in the description for you. With that said, thank you very much and have a good day. /codemirror.css. This is all the styles related to this text editor that we're using. The next thing we want to do is import our theme. So I can use codemirror/theme/material.css. This is all the CSS styles for the material thing that we're going to be putting on all our editors. And then we want to import the languages we're going to use. So you can say codemirror/mode. And then first of all, we want to do XML. This is going to be HTML essentially. It's called XML here. Then what we're going to do is copy this down. We're going to have one for JavaScript. So we can say /JavaScript/JavaScript. And then lastly, we want to do one for CSS. So we import our base CSS, our theme CSS, and then all the JavaScript related to the different languages we're going to use. So that way all the syntax highlighting works properly for XML, JavaScript, and CSS. And like I said, XML is essentially the same HTML. They're going to work exactly the same. Now that out of the way, we can actually import our text editor. It's going to be called controlled. We're going to rename this to control editor, just so it's easier to know what we're working on. We can get that from React Codemirror too. So it's going to be the editor that we can actually control the input and output on their own on-chain handlers and our own value, just like you would with essentially any other generic input inside React. Now, so that here, see how our editor is going to be looking like. We have this container that wraps everything with this top section container title as well as open and close button, and then this bottom section is essentially the entire control editor here. So what we're going to have is a div that has a class name of editor container. This is going to be for handling this entire section. And inside here, we're going to get another div, and this one's going to be for our top section, which is going to be our editor title. So inside this editor title, we essentially want to have this display text here, HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. So we're going to pass that input editor as display name. We can just write that down here. Display name. There we go. And then also inside this editor title, we want to have a button, and this button is going to be open close button. For now, I'm just going to put O/C for open close. We're going to actually handle this, icon later. We're just not going to worry about that right away. This is not super important for the beginning of this tutorial. Now, the final thing we need underneath our title here is going to be our control editor. And it's going to be self-closing. And essentially, we have a bunch of things we're going to need to set up here. Our first is going to be on before change handler. And this essentially works the same as an on change handler for any other input. We just call it on before change here. We're going to pass a function called handle change. We're also going to set the value, which we're going to create a variable called value for. We'll do that up here. And then also, we're going to pass in here a class name. This is just so we use custom styles. We'll call it codemirror wrapper. And then finally, we need a bunch of different options. These options are from the codemirror library. So, for example, we want to wrap all of our lines. So we're going to say line wrapping is true. We're going to say length is true. We're also going to say our mode is going to be the language we pass in. And that's going to come from our props. So let's just put that up here, language. And actually, let's just get this as props and we'll destructure it down here. So we say const. We're going to have language, and we're going to have also here the display name. So that equal props. There we go. That was just easy to read all this. And then finally, we're going to have line numbers set to true, just so we can see our line numbers. So we give this really basic editor over here. We can save that. And now what we need to do is essentially set this value and this handle change. So up here, we're going to get our value from the actual editor here in our props. And also, we're going to get an on change coming from our props as well. This is what we're going to call our new value. So we just create a function called handle change. And this handle change is a little interesting because it uses this before change here. It's actually going to get the editor. It's going to get some data. And then finally, the thing we care about is the value here of our property. And we just call on change with that value. And we'll actually put it on here just for that. Now we can save. And hopefully we come over here.
Uncontrolled components. Uncontrolled components. Uncontrolled components. These docs are old and won't be updated.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Dom, and in today's video, I'm going to be showing you how easy it is to have syntax highlighting like this on your website. Now, I assume that you are a developer who wants to put some code on some sort of project that you're working on, so this is all very easy to do, and you can add it to your existing project or website. Now, it's going to look like this, and you can choose from many different themes, and we're going to be using a library called Highlights.js. Now, I was searching for a library that I can use for my own website, and I found this to be the simplest one out there, so I'm going to be showing how to use it in this video. And we can see here that this library, if I head into the Get version 11.7, we can see it really is as simple as just including a CSS style, as well as a JavaScript file. So let's jump into this tab right here and begin from scratch to, of course, create something like this. So going inside the text editor right here, I've got this index.html, and inside this main.js file, I've got a JavaScript file, which the contents of this is what I want to display on the website. So you will need to have the code itself in a string or on the actual HTML itself. So I'm just going to simply copy this code right here, then head into the index.html and just paste it inside a comment, just so we have it there ready for us to include it later on. So now, let's get to installing the Highlights.js library. If we go back inside the web browser, I'm going to be leaving a link to this page down below. So on the download section, you can simply use one of these services, which of course hosts the code for this library as well as many others. So I'm going to first copy the link tag at the very top of this page, go back inside my text editor and simply paste that in the head. So this is going to include the CSS theme file for Highlights.js. Okay. Now we are going to be seeing how to change the end of this to be whatever theme that you wish to use, but more on that later on. Going back to the web page, let's now copy the script tag on the bottom here and paste it at the end of the body inside your HTML, something like this. So now, once this line of code is executed, we've now installed Highlights.js. And there's one last step to get this working. And that's going to be to head down to the script, or head down below the script include here, make a new script tag, and then simply type this out, hljs.highlights.all. So essentially, by including this script source, it's going to create a global object in your page called hljs, short for Highlights.js, and calling the highlights.all function is going to take any code you have and highlight it on the page. Let's save this, go in the browser, go back to the page, refresh, and we get nothing, because we're yet to include the source code we want to display inside a pre and a code tag. So in HTML, we've got special tags called pre, looks like that, and also code. So this format here is what you want to get the most out of Highlights.js, the library, right? So within the code tag, simply copy your source code, okay, and paste it inside there, just like that. I can now remove the comments since we're done with the source code for this part, and we have all the code inside the tag. If I save this, go back in the browser, refresh, there we go. We're almost there. Now, there are some highlighting issues here and some formatting issues. Let's begin with the formatting issues. We can see here that there's some extra space. These comments should be lined up against the function start, and the whole function itself should probably be left aligned in the center. So let's tackle this problem with white space first. So going back in the text editor, we can simply highlight the entire section of code and use Control, and then use the curly brackets left on the keyboard. So I'm referring to that character right there, the first one, that opening curly bracket. Control plus that is going to indent the code back, and you want to keep doing that until you reach the end right here. And I'll save this, go back in the browser, refresh, and it's now clean. The reason why we saw those spaces is because there is physical space in the text editor, right? You can see right there, you have a bunch of tab characters. So you can simply do that, go back and tidy it up. If you wanted to, you can even backspace another level and make the opening character tie up against the code tag. If I save this, we're going to then remove the top line right there, as you can see. That's optional, of course. I might just put it back to the way it was because it is easier to read as a developer, the code like this. All right. Now I'll refresh that. We have this right here. Before jumping into the theme selection, I want to point out that we're yet to tell Highlight.js what language this code is in. We haven't told the HTML or the library that this is actually JavaScript. So to do that, up in the code tag, you want to say class equal to, then language dash, then specify your language. In this case here, I'll say JavaScript. I'll save this, go back in the browser. Now watch the number right here. Refresh, and it highlights it properly. So now we have good support, or proper support for the JavaScript language. Of course, you'll need to provide your own language if this is not JavaScript. If it's Python, you just say dash Python. If it's CSS, dash CSS, and so on. The list of supported languages can be found on the website. I'll link this down below as well. But if you hit this GitHub page here, it's a list of all the supported languages, and also the alias for you to use in your in your HTML class name. So if I search for JavaScript, you can do language dash JavaScript, language dash JS, or language dash JSX. So you have those options there. Okay. Let's jump into theme selection. If you go back to the top here, you can see in the CSS, you've got styles4/defaults.min.js. You can change this. Okay. Let's go back in the web browser. I'll leave a link to this page as well. But this GitHub page lists all of the available themes for you to use. Let's have a look at the Tomorrow Night's Blue theme. We'll simply copy that, go back in here, and change the default to be tomorrow-night-blue.min.css. Save this, go back in the browser, refresh, and we get that different thing. So you can go through these. A lot of these themes are recognizable. I'm sure you may have seen them in VS Code or other text editors, so many of them are ported across. But you can choose between a lot of things here, light and dark. Okay, last thing to cover in this video is going to be tab sizing, because the code I'm using here is tabbed. We've got a tab character right here for the constant and so on. If your code is spaces, you probably can skip this part, but I'm sure that many of you, if not most of you, are using tabs in your code because tabs allow you to customize the space between your indentation in the text editor. It's a benefit, right? So if you're using tabs, you can change the tab size. Let's go back inside here. We can do this by adding some CSS to the pre tag. Let's say style tab-size, and you can simply say something like 4 characters. I'll save this, go back to the browser, refresh, and we get now 4 spaces for the tab. I can make this something like 2 to be even higher, refresh, and it now equals 2 tabs. So you can do that also. And while on topic of customizing the pre-tag, this of course is a standard HTML element. So you can customize many things about your pre-tag. You can set a width, you can adjust the margin, and so on. But when it comes to actually styling out the code itself, definitely stick to those theme files and try your best to avoid adding your own custom styling to the actual syntax highlighting itself. So hope this video has helped you out and you've learned how to add syntax highlighting to some code on the website. If this video did help you out, make sure to drop a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Push constants are a way to pass a small amount of constant data to a shader via a Vulkan command buffer rather than writes to memory or copy commands. In previous tutorials, I've shown how various commands can be recorded to a command buffer. For example,
I think I'll put the timer for 1 hour and a half. I think I'm just gonna save this code here that they talk about. But I'm gonna try to use the one that I have here first. Then in case it doesn't work, then I'll use the other one. Yeah, maybe I'll leave it here.
My name is Otto, and in this video, I'll show you how to fix that using Next.js dynamic imports. Let's do it. Alright, so let's talk about dynamic import functionality that comes with Next.js. Next.js does support ES2020's dynamic import for JavaScript, and you can think of dynamic imports as just another way for you to split your code into manageable chunks, but also it's a way that you can use other libraries created by other people in your Next.js application. And perhaps the biggest use of dynamic imports that I've seen for Next.js is when you're trying to load a library in your application that does not support server-side rendering by default. And if you were to just try to import this library in your application, you would get an error and your application would crash. But luckily, the Next.js docs have a lot of different examples on how to handle this. So we go from basic usage to dealing with named imports, and then perhaps the biggest one is this with no SSR, which is going to allow us to work with our components and bring in React libraries that don't support server-side rendering, but still be able to use them in our Next.js applications, just like we would. So I've been hacking around on a little project the last couple of days that actually uses a couple libraries that don't work well with server-side rendering, and I wanted to show you how I solved the issues in my Next.js application, and hopefully these are applicable to you. So I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code, and I have this page called write.js, which is a code editor, and I'm trying to import CodeMirror as well as the Plotly library that's going to allow me to generate some plots and graphs. So CodeMirror, if you're not familiar, we can take a look at their site really quickly, allows you to have a code editor within the browser. And this is traditionally a JavaScript library that was converted into a React component by this user, Sal Nero, and his library React-CodeMirror 2 works really, really great if you're building a React application, but if you're trying to use it in a Next.js app, you might run into some issues. And then the second library we'll work with is called Plotly, and again, this was a traditionally JavaScript library that has a React wrapper around it called React-Plotly. So I have both of these libraries installed, imported in my Next.js project, and right now I'm just trying to import them the old-fashioned way. So just running import, getting the name of the export, and then trying to use it in my application. So in my component here, I'm trying to load in CodeMirror, and then below here, trying to load in the Plotly library. So if we were to build and launch this application in its current state, we would get a couple of errors. So let's actually do that and see what we get. So I'm going to open up my terminal here and just run npm run dev, and the application is going to compile. But when I go to access my application in the browser, I'm going to get a couple of issues. So let's go back into the browser. I'm going to navigate to localhost 3000, and then the right page, and I'm going to get a server error right away saying that the document is not defined, and in the call stack here, if I look at it, I see most of my errors coming from the Plotly package. And the reason for this is, by default, on the server side, document does not exist. It is a browser construct. So without a document on the backend, I can't use the Plotly library. And this is where the next dynamic package is going to come in and allow us to only load this package on the client side and not on the server side. So to show you how this works, let's go back into Visual Studio Code, and we are going to first, let's fix the Plotly example, because right now this is our biggest blocker. And the way we're going to do that is first we're going to import the dynamic library from Next.js. So to do this, we're going to run import dynamic from next dynamic. So this is going to give us the ability to import modules dynamically using Next.js. And then we're going to update our Plotly import to use this new dynamic feature that we brought in. All right, so let's use this dynamic function that we brought in from next dynamic. To do this, what we're going to do is we're going to set our import to a variable. So we'll say const plot, and we're going to set it to the dynamic function, which takes two parameters. The first parameter is going to be a function. So we'll just call it a function, and the second parameter is going to be an options item. So for right now, we'll just pass in an empty object, and what we're going to return in the function that we call is going to be our ES2020 import statement. So we're going to say return import, and we're importing the React Plotly.js library, and then in our object, we're going to specify server-side rendering, and we're going to say false. So we only want the Plotly library to load on the client side and not on the server side. And then we're going to delete the import statement that we had before, hit save, let our application rebuild, and then let's go back into our browser and see if this fixed our Plotly issue. So let's go back into our browser, and I already am seeing the new fancy plot. If I refresh the page, I see that my application has loaded now. But if I inspect my element and look at the console, I'm going to see another error saying expected server HTML to contain a matching div in div, and this error actually comes from the CodeMirror library that we brought in. This one also was able to render on the client side, but we're not able to get the syntax highlighting that we would expect, and we're also getting this error, which for right now is not breaking our build, but if we were to continue using it, it can give us trouble down the line. So the next thing we're going to do is go into our Next.js code and fix that CodeMirror import to be loaded dynamically using the next dynamic library. All right, so here we are back in Visual Studio Code, and let's fix our CodeMirror import to make sure that it also loads dynamically using the dynamic package. This one is going to look very similar to our Plotly import, but there will be some changes, so let's go through those. We'll start off just like we did with the Plotly example. We'll say const CodeMirror, and then we're going to set its value to dynamic, make it an arrow function, and then pass in that second options parameter. We'll set the SSR to false. But here's where things get a little tricky. The CodeMirror library by default is going to give us two different ways to import CodeMirror into our application, a controlled way and an uncontrolled way. So if we were to just do something like return import React CodeMirror 2, save it just like what we did in CodeMirror 2, save this and try to run our application, we're going to run into an issue. And let's see what that issue is. Well, first of all, I need to spell dynamic correctly, and then let's turn this off. We're just comment out that initial import. Now if we go into our browser, we're going to see an error, and if we refresh our page, we see that the element type is invalid and our page doesn't load. And the reason for this is we have to specify whether we want controlled or uncontrolled from the React CodeMirror library, and at the moment we do not do that. To do this with the ES2020 import style statements, as well as the next dynamic package, what we can do is in our import here, run a dev function, and this dev function is going to get us that library, so we'll get the module out of it. And then when we return the module, what we're going to return, rather than the whole library, we're just going to return mod.controlled. And if you were looking at the autocomplete, we have controlled and uncontrolled. So now with this then statement, we are exporting the controlled CodeMirror instance that we want and not the entire library. So if we go back into our code now, refresh, we should see what we expect, and we do. Our application has loaded correctly. We can refresh and we can see our changes, and everything works really, really well. Now we just have one last issue that may not be directly apparent in the UI. And if we refresh our console here, we're not even going to see it. But if we go into our Visual Studio Code and
Yeah, I think it's not gonna work. Maybe it's just because they changed something in the library. Both of the videos are 2 years old, so I think something might have changed since then. And then it works in a different way, so maybe I should just try to make it work with the way that I have now. And I think that's probably the best thing to do. I'm already like deep into it as well, so it's gonna be, I have no idea how much time it's gonna take though, because it's gonna be difficult to figure out how to change everything, customize and add everything that I have to add. Maybe we should just remove as well. I think I'm gonna remove the package. I think I'll just finish watching these 2 videos again and then I'll close these tabs. Maybe I'll just close this one or speed up like a lot, like 5x. Then I'll continue to study I think I'm gonna read this stuff also. I've heard about this a lot and I'm not 100% sure how it works yet. I think I watched videos about it, but then I forgot. So I'm gonna read this, choose things here, and then go back to studying the source code there. See if I can make it work. Maybe it's because I didn't install these modules, these CSS modules. Maybe that's why it's not working. But the documentation doesn't say like the commands to install this, so I assume that it would be installed if you just install the code mirror. The user is left with the responsibility for requiring any additional resources should they be necessary. This is often the case when specifying certain language models and themes. We vary according to the specifics of their development environment. Below is a sample to include the assets necessary to specify a mode of XML, HTML, and a material theme. I think I will just do the way that I'm doing there and then try to figure out. I think the biggest problem with this documentation is that like most of the stuff here is just like the source code, like the explanation. just in the way that it is on the source code, and there is no examples, like, except for the very basic one there. It obviously is a lot better than the nothing to have all of this stuff. But it makes more difficult to learn than the other libraries. Yeah, let me finish watching the videos, then I'll go back to this.
Look at the terminal output, we'll see that we are getting this unhandled promise rejection error, and it is telling us that navigator is not defined. And this issue is coming from our code mirror mode packages. And the reason we're seeing these issues, if you're not familiar with these types of imports, what we're doing here is importing a library, and in this case, the GitHub Flavor Markdown and the YAML front matter libraries, but we only want them for their side effects. We only want their code to execute and be able to run in our application. We're not getting anything specific out of them or using any of their elements. So for that reason, we wouldn't be able to use this dynamic way of loading the library without it causing issues. But what we can do here to get rid of our errors is just check to see if we are in the browser, and if we are, then we can import the modules. Otherwise, we're going to skip it. So to do this, we're just going to write a simple if statement. So we'll say if type of window is not undefined, and type of window.navigator is also not undefined, then we are going to import these two libraries. So I'm going to hit save here. And now what this is going to do is it's going to ensure that when our Next.js component is loaded, if it's not in the browser, then these libraries are not going to be imported, and these errors should go away. So let's see that my app is compiled successfully. Let's go back in here, refresh the page, and we see that we get the nice syntax highlighting. If we were to add some, GitHub Flavor Markdown or YAML, we would get those things. So let's say title hello. So everything in our code editor works really, really well. And if we look at Visual Studio Code, we no longer see any navigator errors. And you might be asking yourself, well, why don't I just import Code Mirror or the React Plotly library using this if statement? And the reason for that is if you are importing a library, if you just want it for the side effects and you're doing this kind of import, that's going to work. But if you try to import this way, you're trying to get a value out of it, then your application will not run and it's going to crash because your import statements must be at the root level of the page. So if I were to just hit save here, you'll see that import and export may only appear at the top level. And that's really all I have for this video. I hope you found it useful. Next.js is a really, really powerful framework, and it's a framework that's built on top of React. And React has traditionally been a single page application framework that runs entirely in the browser. So many libraries that are built around React are not made for server-side rendering. So you are very likely going to run into these issues sooner rather than later. And I hope that this video showed you how to get around it and work with those libraries and ensure that they can be loaded in your Next.js application so you get the best of both worlds. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time. We'll see that we have text editors. Of course, we have passing on changes in there. We have text editors, we can start passing it into editor. Also, you don't have this dark theme, so starting so make sure we pass in that theme, and then run 3 here. Now, we say the other thing, so much better than liking. So now back into wrap here. We have editor, and we're passing our language. In this first one, we have HTML, which we have to call XML because the way code works. We pass in a display name, which in our case is going to be HTML. We pass in our value, which we really know that's going to be, which is going to be that one. And we just want to change here. We also know what that's going to be. Let's just set these on 2 lines here. Easier work with. There we go. So next up, we have really weird value. We just want to change. And now we're going to use state class. We say use state. We can come down here. We can say, oh, first, HTML and set HTML. It's going to be equal to use state. And that default version of HTML. So here, our value is HTML. And our change is HTML. And that is the entire HTML editor done. We have this HTML here. And we get this is HTML. We're able to use that state. Every single time we change, we're passing down that HTML. Tell the change. So we do the exact same thing for CSS and JavaScript. So we do CSS, JS. There we go. And we just copy that editor down here twice. This is going to be CSS and set CSS. And then down here we have JavaScript. We say JS and title. We have JS and our set JS. Now we can HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We're getting nice syntax highlighting on H1. Now something H1. And it's really nice syntax highlighting, which is that one we're reading there, which is great. So I'm creating all this code. So we're down here. First, this is right now stage is really that. This is HTML. Let's first get rid of all of our margin on our right, which is on the side. And we're going to start copying. And so what we're going to do is we're going to set the background color slightly different than this background color editor. So we say background color here. So we HSL 2.5, 6%, and 25%. And we say that you can see the color we have for editor, because we get a little bit of contrast from one another. Then we can check out each one of our individual paints. We want each one to height, as you can see over here. When we have on the bottom half. So we set each one to 50 pH. We also want to reduce flex size, so we set the display flex. After we use all the editor on top, and right here on the bottom. Let's continue our design and we want our editor. Here. This is the thing that wraps each one of our editors. So you see this kind of section of wraps each one of our editors. We're going to do here, we're going to set the flex to grow. So you want that's going to grow. So if we actually use our editors, how wide we do that, so we text, which is great. We also want to set the flex to 0, so they all exactly the same size. That'll be easier work. We're going to set display here flex to slide things inside here. Instead of from the top to bottom, we're going to set the flex direction to column. Now I say should notice any change, which is perfect. Now with that little padding, so we 5 rm to give space to each one of our editors. And also I want to set background color here. So the same ESL 55, 6%, and 25%. And you can see how our editor are very smart editors over here. So nicely, we're good. We should have from around the corner to the text color. So we're already started that. We can select editor title. And editor title, if you remember, that top section of your text that will code done. For editor title, we can use flex to leave out. And so we want to space around, we'll say space between. Well, that's when you push to the right and text on the far left. I'm also going to use background color here, which is that same 25, 6%. Now we get the numbers, so 13% as lightness. That's going to be the color here. But contrast that, we start color weight, so the text color shines through. Then add a little spacing for everything, use 0.5 rm for everything except for our very last size, 1 rm. It just makes this HTML text a little bit further out on the left hand side. So we also use 0.5 rm, just a little bit too close to writing, so I think 1 rm looks just a little better. Then we can round our corners, so we say border top right radius is 0.5 rm. We do the exact same thing for the top left, then we round the top corners, all the way different editors, which will do. So now let's work on actually rounding the bottom editors as well. To do this, all we do is take our code, near wrapper, which we already have the class on. We need to set the flex grow here, b1. That's going to make grow, so if you look at our height, we also set our border, bottom right radius, 3.5 rm. And when bottom left radius to be the same, just make sure the overflow instead of hidden. Now if we save that, you'll notice these bottom borders here actually aren't rounded as they should be. The reason why I'm using my loaded, you notice this code mirror doesn't actually drop all the way down to the bottom of our screen. So what we do is override the default style for the class code in here. Now I'm going to reduce the height to be 100%. We're going to mark that as important. It's going to make sure this overrides the default style from the editor, which is set static height, and override that to 100%. Now we say you see expands to the full height by just here. Notice around the bottom and top is exactly the same because now we need 100% of height. So now that we have most of the style done other than this other here, we're going to map that as no front application, actually getting all these HTML, CSS, JavaScript, we're going to down the design. And that means something called a source doc. So what we can do is we create a variable called source doc, which is going to be equal to essentially a string here. And that string is going to have HTML. Which not HTML. We close out HTML. Essentially we're building an HTML document. Inside here we have our body, which contains the HTML that's inside of this text box here. We're going to do that thing, which is going to be for our style sheets. That's going to be our CSS. And we're also going to have a script here. And that script is going to be for our JavaScript. Just like that. And we hit the source doc, essentially putting our iframe here. So we can say source doc is equal to source doc. There we go. So now we can go here and text an HTML. Notice we're here. But we're immediately. This is all right. It's not terrible, but the problem is if you have a lot of complex code, you use every single time you change a character, you can't slow down the browser and start getting a switch. So what we can do is essentially, constantly have after delay. We're going to use effect here. And what we do is just say use effect. We want to do anytime HTML, CSS, or JavaScript changes. So HTML, CSS, or JS. We want to do is create a timeout. So say timeout is equal to set timeout. What we want to do is say essentially only after 250 milliseconds will we actually run this code. Because we're just going to create this source doc. We're going to call a function called set source doc. We're going to pass in that string. And we're going to create a new state for that called source doc and set source doc is equal to use state. And it's going to be HTML default. So now essentially what we've done is we move this timeout into this effect and set, and we're only setting source doc if you're in 250 milliseconds delay. What happens if we change HTML, CSS, or JavaScript during that 250 milliseconds? And it'll update the bottom. Change to blue, and we'll go back and additional classes. With open false, they don't have a collapse class. So after this, you can see we expand in. So we're going to install some awesome library, just expand in. Now we can do this on inside our button, so those slashes. This is going to expand collapse button.
we want to have our overflow for our code and scroll section and clone. And the reason I create these prefixes, we'll say use state, and here we're going to use the function version use state. Initial value is equal to function, pure redeem value. Now CSS and JavaScript with version, which you see that same CSS. My full React course started everything you need to know about on the industry level. So thank you very much for watching. Have a good day.
These docs are old and won't be updated. Go to react.dev for the new React docs. These new documentation pages teach modern React and include live examples. In most cases, we recommend using controlled components to implement forms. In a controlled component, form data is handled by a React component. The alternative is uncontrolled components, where form data is handled by the DOM itself. To write an uncontrolled component, instead of writing an event handler for every state update, you can use a ref to get form values from the DOM. For example, this code accepts a single name in an uncontrolled component. Class name form extends React.component constructor, props, super, props, this.handle submit equals this.handle submit.bind, this.input equals React.create ref. Handle submit, event, alert, a name was submitted, plus this.input.current.value, event.prevent default, render, return, name. Try it on CodePen. Since an uncontrolled component keeps the source of truth in the DOM, it is sometimes easier to integrate React and non-React code when using uncontrolled components. It can also be slightly less code if you want to be quick and dirty. Otherwise, you should usually use controlled components. If it's still not clear which type of component you should use for a particular situation, you might find this article on controlled versus uncontrolled inputs to be helpful. Default values. In the React rendering lifecycle, the value attribute on form elements will override the value in the DOM. With an uncontrolled component, you often want React to specify the initial value, but leave subsequent updates uncontrolled. To handle this case, you can specify a default value attribute instead of value. Changing the value of default value attribute after a component has mounted will not cause any update of the value in the DOM. Render, return, name. Likewise, and support default checked, and n supports default value. The file input tag. In HTML, and lets the user choose one or more files from their device storage to be uploaded to a server or manipulated by JavaScript via the file API. In React, an is always an uncontrolled component because its value can only be set by a user, and not programmatically. You should use the file API to interact with the files. The following example shows how to create a ref to the DOM node to access file, s, in a submit handler. Class file input extends React.component constructor, props, super, props, this. Sharing state between components. Deep dive controlled and uncontrolled components. It is common to call a component with some local state uncontrolled. For example, the original panel component with an isActive state variable is uncontrolled because its parent cannot influence whether the panel is active or not. In contrast, you might say a component is controlled when the important information in it is driven by props rather than its own local state. This lets the parent component fully specify its behavior. The final panel component with the isActive prop is controlled by the accordion component. Uncontrolled components are easier to use within their parents because they require less configuration. But they're less flexible when you want to coordinate them together. Controlled components are maximally flexible, but they require the parent components to fully configure them with props. In practice, controlled and uncontrolled aren't strict technical terms. Each component usually has some mix of both local state and props. However, this is a useful way to talk about how components are designed and what capabilities they offer. When writing a component, consider which information in it should be controlled via prop.
So I think I understand now. The control components is one that depends on the parents, and then uncontrolled is more flexible. I think that's a very good explanation. Props rather than its local state.
When writing a component, consider which information in it should be controlled via props and which information should be uncontrolled via state. But you can always change your mind and refactor later. A single source of truth for each state. In a React application, many components.
So in my case, the editor is a controlled component. Yeah, it's controlled. Is the debate I was having there actually. It's controlled if I put the classes outside on the outside div. And make based on the parents components, and then it's gonna be uncontrolled if I change the thing on inside of the class. I think it's probably better if it's uncontrolled because of the thing that I said before, that is it becomes more flexible. I can put the editor. No, actually it becomes less flexible, I think, because then like. Yeah, I have to make a mix of both, I think. Like the styling should be uncontrolled because I always want to have the same style regardless of what page it is, but the layout should be controlled, I think. And I think that's the challenge I'm having there now. And also the issue is because like the documentation doesn't have anything explaining. It's also kind of hard to understand from the source code there, like what is the way that I should do it. I guess this is the main thing that I was thinking about. that's maybe it's not so hard to implement, but then like this is the issue with the documentation. I think is like because they don't show you an example, it's hard to think like what is the best way to do it in most cases, if it is controlled or uncontrolled. But maybe the reason why they don't put is because it's too complex to reduce like that into like a simple example.
In a React application, many components will have their own state. Some state may live close to the leaf components at the bottom of the tree, like inputs. Other state may live closer to the top of the app. For example, even client-side routing libraries are usually implemented by storing the current root in the React state and passing it down by props. For each unique piece of state, you will choose the component that owns it. This principle is also known as having a single source of truth. It doesn't mean that all state lives in one place, but that for each piece of state, there is a specific component that holds that piece of information. Instead of duplicating shared state between components, lift it up to their common shared parent, and pass it down to the children that need it. Your app will change as you work on it. It is common that you will move state down or back up while you are still figuring out where each piece of the state lives. This is all part of the process. To see what this feels like in practice with a few more components, read Thinking in React. Recap. When you want to coordinate two components, move their state to their common parent. Then pass the information down through props from their common parent. Finally, pass the event handlers down so that the children can change the parent's state. It's useful to consider components as controlled, driven by props, or uncontrolled, driven by state. Try out some challenges. Challenge 1 of 2, synced inputs. These two inputs are independent. Make them stay in sync, editing one input.
Yeah, as always, it always comes down to this polarity and the range between the polarity. So in this case, it's controlled and uncontrolled. And what is going to determine like the distribution of them is going to be the geometry of the problem you're trying to solve, which is going to be analogous to the geometrical structure of the application, which is the software design, and the way that it changes the configuration of the electromagnetic field to create an informational field that is going to solve a problem. So like there's always going to be this distribution, and then in some cases it's going to be like very polarized, where it's definitely better to do controlled or uncontrolled. But I think in most situations it's probably going to be a mix between the two, because that's where the nuance and the infinite complexity exists. So yeah, and I think that the gradient of the polarity is the current law of gravity that determines the relationship of all relative polarities from each other that determine the state of the electromagnetic field over space-time. I was thinking before as well, like on the break, that everyone is kind of like a portal from infinite potential, and that's what genetics is. And then like the state of the geometry of space-time in the current moment in time is a consequence of the interaction of all the differences in DNAs, which is the informational structure, which is the relationship between the electromagnetic field and space-time, that creates this funnel, which is this hierarchy of flow of information, which is entropy. So all infinite amount of reference frames have these funnels, which is a multifractal pattern, and that's the flow of information that creates the law of gravity that determines the shape of the multifractal geometry of the current moment in time. And that's what creates the like evolution and transformation of information, because you have the tensions between the differences in the state of the electromagnetic field in relationship to space-time, which makes this interaction between these relative polarities that make up the configuration of the electromagnetic field at any moment in time. So if you think about, like, it's very interesting as well, because if you think about the DOM Like the dome is just a tree, if you think about it. So what is always happening is like the shape of the electromagnetic field becomes a funnel of information over space-time. And I think that's why it works probably well. And then what determines the way that the components are is the structure of the electromagnetic field in that region of space-time that creates the problem. This is also confusing because I don't know like what parts of this come with the main package, the code mirror package, and what parts of this you have to install like additionally. It's very confusing, but maybe I can see it through the package JSON here. And those are the dependencies. So search, commands, state view, lint, language. So the only ones that are not there is just collab and language data. I guess I understand now. Like this stuff is just the thing that you have to pass there, and then when you pass that, it gets all these other libraries. So those are the libraries that are not a part of Code Mirror, and these other ones are part of this thing here. I think I'm gonna close this tab. I think I'm also gonna delete this. Yeah, so I'm thinking how to figure out how to style. What is the other thing? How to right way to set up won't change events. I think those are the main things. Facets is a labeled value that is associated with an editor state. It takes inputs from any number of extensions and combines those into a single output value. So it combines extensions pretty much. Combine, compare. Maybe I'm going about it in the wrong way though. Maybe I should read in the beginning. I think I should close all these tabs as well. Just have one tab at a time. Okay, so that is the old one. I think I'm just gonna read this file with the text-to-speech thing. And then I'll go one by one. To see if I'm missing something. And then if not, then I'll just go back to studying the source code and trying to figure out how to change the style. So it's changing the style and then adding the plugins that are necessary. And seeing the onChange event. Just a second. It looks like it's not working. Sometimes I think because of the structure of the page, the extension can find the text. That's the case, maybe I'll read out aloud.
System Guide. This is the guide to the Code Mirror Editor system. It provides a prose description of the system's functionality. For the item-by-item documentation of its interface, see the reference manual. Architecture overview. Because Code Mirror is structured quite a bit differently than your classical JavaScript library, including its own previous versions, it is recommended to read at least this section before jumping in, so that you don't waste your time with mismatched expectations. Modularity. Code Mirror is set up as a collection of separate modules that, together, provide a full-featured text and code editor. On the bright side, this means that you can pick and choose which features you need, and even replace core functionality with a custom implementation if you need to. On the less bright side, this means that setting up an editor requires you to put together a bunch of pieces. The putting together part isn't hard, but you will have to install and import the pieces you need. The core packages, without which it'd be hard to set up an editor at all, are at code mirror/state, which defines data structures that represent the editor state and changes to that state.
State. At code mirror/view, a display component that knows how to show the editor state to the user, and translates basic editing actions into state updates. At code mirror/commands defines a lot of editing commands and some key bindings for them. This is what a minimal viable editor might look like. Import editor state from at code mirror/state. Import editor view, key map from at code mirror/view. Import default key map from at code mirror/commands. Let's start state equals editor state.create. Doc, hello world. Extensions, keymap.of, default key map. Let view equals new editor view. State, many things that you'd expect in an editor, such as the line number, gutter or undo history, are implemented as
And this is so fucking slow. Many things that you'd expect in an editor, such as the line number, gutter, or undo history, are implemented as extensions to the generic core. And it should be explicitly added to a configuration should be enabled. To make it easier to get started, the code mirror package pulls in most of the things you need for a baseline editor, except a language package. The packages are distributed as ES6 modules. This means that it is not currently practical to run the library without some kind of bundler, which packages up a modular program into a single big JavaScript file, or module loader. If you're new to bundling, I recommend looking into Rollup or Webpack. I think I read this already, like different times. I also don't know. I think it's because of the history of JavaScript, the way that things evolved, that there are multiple different import systems, but it's very annoying. Like, it would be much better if there was only one thing. Like, but I guess the reason why is probably because Node.js came later, and then for Node.js they created a different one. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the way that used to work before, where most of the JavaScript was done with the script tag, because it was mixed with HTML. But then, like, the bigger it became, then people started creating multiple different files, and then became impractical to do with the script, or really bad. And then that's why they created this new import system. Well, like, I think there's 4 different types of imports, which is really annoying. It just makes things a lot harder, I think, and confusing to understand. Also, I think that what is happening now is that, again, the thing about the polarity that becomes, like, the middle converges towards an infinite amount of complexity, and I think that's the evolution of information. And this is what's happening with the server-side rendering and client rendering, I think. That before it was more client rendering, then now is fluctuating more to server-side, And then Next.js is trying to get the middle of the two, and then through this middle, like it's going to increase in complexity exponentially, I think. Because I think that's the evolution of the electromagnetic field, the evolution of information, which is the relationship of the electromagnetic field, where different polarities interact with each other and creates more and more complexity in relationship to a reference frame. And that's what entropy is. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is kind of like a hologram that exists under the frequency of non-awareness, I think. Functional core, imperative shell. An attitude that guides the architecture of code mirrors that functional pure code, which creates new values instead of having side effects, is much easier to work with than imperative code, but the browser DOM is obviously very imperative minded, as are many of the systems that a code mirror integrate with. To resolve this contradiction, the library's state representation is strictly functional. The document and state data structures are immutable, and operations on them are pure functions, whereas the view component and command interface wrap this in an imperative interface. So let me think if I understand what this means. So like the state is immutable, and then the view is the imperative one that changes the state. Are pure functions. Not 100% sure if I understand what it means. I think I do, but this means that a node state value stays intact even when the editor moves on to a new state. Stays intact when the editor moves on to. Okay, so it's kind of like a navigation on the routing of the browsers, where like doesn't matter which page you go, it keeps track of the other ones, I think. Kind of like an iterator. Now, I'm not sure if it keeps track of the whole states or just one by one, but I think it's kind of like that. So each state of the editor is like a frame. And then every time it changes, it maintains all the previous frames. And the viewer is the thing that changes the frames, I think. Having both the old and the new state available is often very useful when dealing with state changes. It also means that directly changing a state value or writing extensions like additional state fields in an imperative way will not do what you'd hope, and probably just break things. The TypeScript interface tries to be very clear about this by making arrays and objects properties as read-only. When using plain old JavaScript, it can be harder to remember this, but as a general rule, unless explicitly described in the docs, reassignment of properties in objects created by the library is just not supported. Let me read that again. When using plain old JavaScript, it can be harder to remember this, but as a general rule, unless explicitly described in the docs, reassignment of properties in objects created by the library is just not supported. And so you create it, and then you can't reassign after you create because it is immutable. Think that makes sense? State and updates. The library handles updates in a way inspired by approaches like Redux or ELM, with a few exceptions like composition and drag-drop handling. The state of the view is entirely determined by the editor's state value in its state property. Changes to that state happen in functional code by creating a transaction that describes the changes to the document, selection, or other state fields. Such a transaction can then be dispatched, which tells the view to update its state, at which point it will synchronize its DOM representation with the new state. Editor view instance holding the document 1, 2, 3. The data flow during typical user interaction looks something like this. So DOM event, transaction, new state view, DOM event. The view listens for events when DOM events come in, it or a command bound to a key, or an event handler registered by an extension. Translates them into state transactions and dispatches them. This builds up a new state. When that new state is given to the view, it will update itself. Extension. Since the core library is rather minimal and generic, a lot of functionality is implemented in system extensions. Extensions can do all kinds of things, from merely configuring some option, to defining new fields in the state object, to styling the editor. Interesting. To injecting custom imperative components into the view, the system takes care to allow extensions to compose without unexpected conflicts. So I guess that's like what I need to find. Just create a theme extension. The first argument can be a styled mod style. So I think I need to call this function from the view. Yeah, after I create the view here, let's see. So after this, I just call the method on the view, and then I pass whatever I want to pass. To define a new field, to assign the editor, to injecting custom imperative components into the view. The system takes care to allow extensions to compose without unexpected conflicts. I think if this works with this thing, I'm gonna read this later. But I think I'm understanding more and more.
Extensible extension
So
mechanisms.
hopefully with time I'm gonna be able to figure out how to solve this. The set of active extensions is kept in the editor state and can be changed by a transaction. Extensions are provided as values, usually imported from some package, or arrays of such values. They can be arbitrarily nested. An array containing more arrays is also a valid extension, and are deduplicated during the configuration process. Thus, it is okay for extensions to pull in other extensions. If the same one gets included multiple times, it will only take effect once. When relevant, the precedence of extensions is determined first by explicitly set precedence category, and within that by the position the extension has in the flattened collection of extensions passed to the state. Precedence of extensions determined by explicitly set precedence category. Don't know what this means. Also, the order matters pretty much. So it first sorts by precedence, which is the ones that have higher priority, and then by order. Key map off, key control space. So you can create custom keys, I think, based on this. And this will put the C above the A and B in the order, I think. And this will make A, B, yeah, control space. In the view using the state from the code, pressing control space will log C. Also, it runs the function. Yeah, the dummy key map. So it runs this with the tag here, which just logs C. Yeah, it makes control space log C based on this thing here. Because despite being last in the order of extensions, the key map stacked higher precedence. If that weren't the case, the key map A would be the first one to get a chance to handle the key combination, since it occurs before the others. Later section of the guide goes into more details of the kinds of extensions that exist and how to use them. Document offsets. Code mirror uses plain numbers to address positions in the document. These represent characters counts more precisely. They count UTF-16 code units, so astral characters count as 2 units. Line breaks always count as a single unit, even when you configure a line separator that is longer than that. These offsets are used to track the selection, position, changes, decorate content, and so on. It is sometimes necessary to figure out where a position in a start document ends up in a changed document. For this purpose, the library provides a position mappings feature, which, given a transaction or just a change stat, and start position can give you the corresponding new position. So it creates the state and then it updates 1, 2, 3. You're pretty much changing the state there with the update. So, like, yeah, I have to understand how a little bit more, like, think a little bit more of how the structure here should work. But I think I should use the update when people type to change the state. Create a function that does the update and then put inside of here. Document data structure also indexes by line, so it is not expensive to look things up by one baseline number. Data model. Code mirror, being a text editor, treats the document as a flat string. It stores this in a tree-shaped data structure to allow cheap updates anywhere in the document, and efficient indexing by line numbers. Document changes are themselves values, describing precisely which ranges of the old document are being replaced by which bits of the new text. This allows extensions to track precisely what happens to the document, allowing things like an undo history and collaborative editing to be implemented outside the library core. When creating a change set, all changes are described in terms of the original document. They conceptually all happen at once. If you really need to combine lists of changes where later changes refer to the document created by early ones, you can use the changes set compose method. Selection. Alongside the document and an editor state stores a current selection. Selections may consist of multiple ranges, each of which can be a cursor, empty, or cover a range between its anchor and heads. I'm not really sure what they mean by cursor. Like, I don't understand this concept really well. Like, what do they mean when they say this stuff? Overlapping ranges are automatically merged and ranges are sorted. So that a selections ranges property always holds a sorted, non-overlapping array of ranges. One of these ranges is marked as the main one. This is the one that the browser's DOM selection will reflect. The others are drawn and handled entirely by the library. By default, state will only accept selections with a single range. To get support for multiple selections, you have to include an extension like draw selection that is able to draw them, and set an option to enable them. State objects have a convenience method changed by range for applying an operation to every selection range separately, which can be a bit awkward to do manually. So I guess like this is when you select text on the thing like this. Like I don't get it really well. Like how should you use this stuff? Yeah, so update change by range. Yeah, I guess you need to put inside of a function and then put the function inside of this update. This state dot update. And that determines how the text is gonna change. When there's a command. Like the thing that is difficult to understand is like which one, like I don't get the connection between like what the person is typing in the editor and how this function should be structured to handle, like what is the point of them. Because there I can select and write stuff without having these functions. But obviously, we probably should apply them, but it's difficult to understand how they work. And so this is just gonna combine the key mappings here. So it works. Shift Alt arrow. So I have to see how to add more key mappings. Because here the tab is not making the space. I think that's very important, especially in Python, because of the indentation. So I have to see how to bind the tab here. So this makes the text in the document change based on the function. It seems very complicated, to be honest. Because the thing that I don't get it is like, should I create a function for each thing that is gonna happen? Like, how does it work? Like in the context of someone writing code, like how should I organize this? Like I get on this example, like what it does. It's changing the characters here based on this thing here. But on the context of how we're gonna use this to create like the editor that is gonna work, like I don't understand. like how to use it or when to use it. Configuration. Each editor state also has a private reference to its configuration, which is determined by the extensions that are active for that state. During regular transactions, the configuration stays the same, but it's possible to reconfigure the state using compartments or effects that add to or replace the current configuration. The direct effects of a state's configuration are the fields it stores and the values associated with facets for that state. Facets. A facet is an extension point. Different extension values can provide values for the facet. And anyone with access to the state and the facet can read its output value. Depending on the facet, that may just be an array of provided values or some value computed from those. The idea behind facets is that most types of extension allow multiple inputs, but once you compute some coherent combined value from those, how that combining works may differ. For something like tab size, you need a single output value, so that facet takes the value with the highest precedence and uses that. When providing event handlers, you want the handler as an array sorted by precedence, so that you can try them one at a time until one of them handles the event. Another common pattern is to compute the logical or of the input values, as in allow multiple selections, or reduce them in some other way. Say taking the maximum of the requested undo history depths. Also, you can put tab size here. I think I'm just gonna put this so I don't forget. I'm gonna put it now. I don't know if I should put 4 here or leave it like this. I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Facets are explicitly defined producing a facet value. Such a value can be exported to allow other code to provide and read it, or it can be kept module private, in which case only that module can access it. We'll come back to that in the section on writing extensions. Okay, that should be interesting. In a given configuration, most facets tend to be static, provided only directly as part of the configuration, but it's also possible to have facet values computed from other aspects of the state. Facet values are only recomputed when necessary, so you can use an object or an array identity test to cheaply check whether a facet changed. Transactions. Transactions created with the states update method combine a number of effects, all optional. You can apply document changes. You can explicitly move the selection. Note that when there are document changes but no explicitly new selection, the selection will be implicitly mapped through these changes. You can set a flag that instructs the view to scroll the main selection head into view. You can have any number of annotations which store additional metadata that describes the entire transaction. For example, the user event annotation can be used to recognize transactions generated for certain common operations like typing or pasting. It can have effects which are self-contained additional effects, typically on some extensions states such as folding code or starting and out completion. You can influence the state's configuration either by providing a completely new set of extensions or by replacing specific parts of the configuration. To completely reset a state, for example to load a new document, it is recommended to create a new state instead of a transaction. That will make sure no unwanted state, such as undo history events, stick around. The view. The view tries to be as transparent a layer around the state as possible. Unfortunately, there are some aspects of working with an editor that can't be handled purely with the data in the state. When dealing with screen coordinates to figure out where the user clicked or to find the coordinates of a given position, you need access to the layout and thus the browser DOM. The editor takes the text direction from the surrounding document or its own CSS style if overridden. Cursor motion can depend on layout and text direction, thus the view provides a number of helper methods for computing different types of motion. Some states such as focus and scroll position is stored in the function state but left in the DOM. The library does not expect user code to manipulate the DOM structure it manages. When you do try that, you'll probably just see the library revert your changes right away. See the section on decorations for the proper way to affect the way the content is displayed. Parts user code to manipulate the DOM structure it manages. See library revert your changes. See the section decorations for the proper way. Which affects the way the content is displayed. I think these are from the same page. Yeah, so when I get there. This is also from the same thing. But it's kind of confusing, not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know how much time it's gonna take me to figure this out. Just from reading this, like, I understand like what it's saying, but I have many questions about how to implement everything. And it's difficult to think about a way to test things out, because I think I don't have a good picture in my mind yet of how everything comes together. Like, which kind of extensions should I use? Should I download them separately? And how that's gonna interact with the state? And what happens, like, how to send the data that exists there on the ID when you wanna make the API call. I think I still like don't understand how, especially how to style everything. This part here is kind of confusing because I don't know if they mean like if you wanna allow like people to put the code inside of the editor that is gonna change the. I think that doesn't make a lot of sense. So they're probably talking about you using like some code that changes the DOM to change the way that the stuff looks. And if you want to do that, you have to see this section. But I'm not really sure if that's what's going on here. One thing you should be aware of is that CodeMirror doesn't render the entire document when that document is big. To avoid doing some work, it will, when updating, detect which part of the content is currently visible, not scrolled out of view, and only render that plus a margin around it. This is called the viewport. Querying coordinates for positions outside of the current viewport will not work, since they are not rendered and thus have no layout. The view does track height information, initially estimated, measured accurately when content is drawn, from the entire document, even the parts outside of the viewport. Long lines, when not wrapped, or chunks of folded code can still make the viewport rather huge. The editor also provides a list of visible ranges, which won't include such invisible content. This can be useful when, for example, highlighting codes where you don't want to do work for text that isn't visible anyway. Data cycle. CodeMirror's view makes a serious effort to minimize the amount of DOM with flows it causes. Dispatching a transaction will generally only cause the editor to write to the DOM without reading layout information. The reading to check whether the viewport is still valid, whether the cursor needs to be scrolled into view, and so on. is done in a separate measure phase, scheduled using request animation frame. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, this brings me more questions, obviously because of the canvas, like how it's gonna work. This phase will, if necessary, follow up with another write phase. You can schedule your own measure code using the request measure method. Or did I stop? I think that's the other one. To avoid weird reentry situations, the view will raise an error when a new update is initiated while another update is in the process of being synchronously applied. Multiple updates applied when a measure phase is still pending are not a problem. This will just cause their measure phases to be combined. When you're done with a view instance, you must call its destroy method to dispose of it, releasing any resources, global event handlers, and mutation observers that it allocated. DOM structure. The editor's DOM structure looks something like this. The outer wrapper element is a vertical flex box. Things like panels and tooltips can be put here by extensions. Inside of that is the scroller element. If the editor has its own scroll bar, this one should be styled with overflow auto, but it doesn't have to. The editor also supports growing to accommodate its content, or growing up to a certain max height and then scrolling. The scroller is a horizontal flexbox element. When there are gutters, they are added to its start. Inside that is the content element, which is editable. This has a DOM mutation observer register on it. I think I'm gonna read this with the thing here.
Simplify software development with the One DevOps platform. Mutation Observer. The Mutation Observer.
Blah blah. Then as document changes and redrawing the affected nodes, this container holds the line element for each line in the viewport, which in turn hold the document text, possibly decorated with styles and or widgets. Styles and themes. To manage editor-related styles, CodeMirror is a system to inject styles from JavaScript. Styles can be registered with a facet, which will cause the view to make sure they are available. Style module to an editor view. The view will ensure that the module is mounted in its document root. Style module. Fuck. This might be complicated also, because of the way that it is imported here. Many elements in the editor are assigned classes prefixed with CM. This can be styled directly in your local CSS, but they can also be targeted by themes. A theme is an extension created with editor view.theme. It gets its own unique generated CSS class, which will be added to the editor when the theme extension is active, and define styles scoped by that class. I guess I can call this and then see how to pass their arguments here. So I just call this inside of here probably. Like editor. Let's do this. Editor states that thing. Oh, it's from the view. Yeah, it's on the view. So it should be here instead. So I guess that's how you do it, and then you pass inside of the theme what you want. Be a style, so you download the other library and then you use that, which is going to be a class, and then through the class you put the styles. Because the selector will be prefixed to the scope class, rule that directly match the editor's wrapper element to which the scope class will be added, differentiated by adding and to the selector for the element. When dark is such true, the theme will be marked as dark, which will cause the dark rules from base theme should be used. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make the dark theme, obviously. It's much better. I think like most people that code probably prefer the dark theme because they spend a lot of time in front of the computer. Theme declaration defines any number, blah blah blah. It's code crude thing. Yeah, so okay, this has the example. Nice. So I'm gonna copy this to have here, obviously. Let's see if it works. I think it's not gonna work, yeah. Because it has these things here. Maybe it's because the outer class overrides this. So maybe if I put a background here, it works. It doesn't work. Yeah, not sure why it's not working though. Extensions. If I remove the basic setup thing. And I remove the style on data, but I think it's not gonna work as well. Yeah. Because the name of the class is wrong, that's the problem. But if I put the exact name there, it might work, but then like it's, I don't know if it's the dynamic thing or not. Like why is different there? It still doesn't work. To allow the automatic class prefixing be done correctly, rules where the first element targets the editor's wrapper element, which is where the theme's unique class will be added, such as .cm focus rule. The example must use an end character to indicate the position of the wrapper element. Extensions can define base themes to provide default styles for the elements they create. Base themes can use light default and dark enabled when there's dark theme active placeholders, so that even when they aren't overridden by a theme, they don't look too out of place. Well, that's the question. Should I? I don't know where should I put this. Extension value, so should copy everything and then put inside of the extension. This one is inside of the view, obviously.
System.
So I think it should just go here, but it's probably not gonna work as well if the other one didn't work. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna leave it there, because when I use it in the future. Oh, maybe, yeah, but that's the weird thing, like, because if I put this after I create the class, then it doesn't make sense. Maybe if I do it, if I call my view here with this thing. Let's try that. Yeah, so doesn't work. Commands are functions with a specific signature. Their main use is key bindings, but they could also be used for things like menu items or command palettes. Command function represents a user action. It takes a view and returns a boolean. False should indicate it doesn't apply in the current situation, and true should indicate that it is successfully executed. The effect of the command is produced imperfectly usually by dispatching a transaction. When multiple commands are bound to a given key, they are tried one at a time in order of precedence, until one of them returns true. Commands that only act on the state, not the entire view, can use the state command type instead, which is a subtype of command that just expects its arguments to have state and dispatch properties. This is mostly useful for being able to test such commands without creating a view. Extending code mirror. There are a number of different ways to extend code mirror, and picking the proper way for a given use case isn't always obvious. This section goes over the various concepts you need to be familiar with to write editor extensions. State fields. Extensions often need to store additional information in the state. The undo history needs to store undoable changes. The code folding extension needs to track what has been folded, and so on. For this purpose, extensions can define additional state fields. State fields live inside the purely functional state data structure must store immutable values. State fields are kept in sync with the rest of the state using something like a reducer every time the state updates. A function is called with the field's current value in the transaction, which should return the field's new value. You often want to use annotations or effects to communicate what is happening to your state field. It can be tempting to try to avoid taking the step of putting state in an actual state field. There's a bit of verbosity involved in declaring one. In firing off a whole transaction for every state change may feel a bit heavyweight. But in almost all cases, it is a really good idea to tie your state into the editor's wide state update cycle, because it makes it a lot easier to keep everything in sync. Affecting the view. View plugins provide a way for extensions to run an imperative component inside the view. This is useful for things like event handlers, adding and managing DOM elements, and doing things that depend on the current view part. This simple plugin displays the document size in the editor's corner. View plugin from class. This sounds interesting. I think maybe I can change the view based on this. Change the style there. The thing is, like, shouldn't this extension change as well? Because I think if I have to do it manually, it's gonna be like a lot harder. I pretty much have to create a parser and then change the tags based on the parser. It sounds very difficult. Shit.
Commands are functions with a specific signature.
Yes, let's see here. View plugins should generally not hold non-derived states. They work best as shallow views over the data, capturing the editor state. When the state is reconfigured, view plugins that aren't part of the new configuration will be destroyed, which is why, if they made changes to the editor, they should define a destroy method that undoes those changes. When a view plugin crashes, it is automatically disabled to avoid taking down the entire view. Decorating the documents. When not told otherwise, CodeMirror will draw the document as plain text. Decorations are the mechanism through which extensions can influence what the document looks like. They come in 4 types: make decorations and add style, or DOM attributes to the text in a given range. Widget decorations, insert a DOM element at a given position in the document. Still confusing. Oh, did it close the... Oh no. Fuck. Oh no, it was this one. Replace decorations, hide part of the document or replace it with a given DOM node. Line decorations can add attributes through a line wrapping element. Decorations are provided through a facet. Every time the view is updated, the content of this facet is used to style the visible content. Decorations are kept in stats, which are again immutable data structures. Such stats can be mapped across changes, adjusting the positions of their content to compensate for the changes, or rebuilt on updates depending on the use case. There are 2 ways in which decorations can be provided: directly by putting the range set value in the facet, often by deriving it from a field, or indirectly by providing a function from a view to a range set. Only directly provided decoration sets may influence the vertical block structure of the editor, but only indirectly provided ones can read the editor's viewport, which can be useful if you want to, for example, decorate only the visible content. The reason for this restriction is that the viewport is computed from the block structure, so that must be known before the viewport can be read. Extension architecture. To create a given piece of editor functionality, you often need to combine different kinds of extension: a state field to keep state, a base theme to provide styling, a view plugin to manage in and outputs. Some commands may be a facet for configuration. Common pattern is to export a function that returns the extension values necessary for your future to work. Making this a function, even if it doesn't yet take parameters, is a good idea. It makes it possible to add configuration options later without breaking backwards compatibility. Since extensions can pull in other extensions, it can be useful to consider what happens when your extension is included multiple times. For some kinds of extensions, for example key maps, it is appropriate to just do one thing, just do the thing it's doing multiple times. But often that would be wasteful or even break something. It is usually possible to make multiple uses of an extension just do the right thing by relying on the duplication of identical extension values. If you make sure you create your static extensions values, themes, data fields, view plugins, etc. only once, and always return the same instance from your extension constructor function. You only get one copy of them in the editor. But when your extension allows configuration, your other logic will probably need access to that. And what do you do when the difference is different instances of the extension got different configurations? Sometimes that's just an error, but often it is possible to define a strategy for reconciling them. Facets work well for this. You can put the configuration in a module private facet and have its combining function either reconcile configurations or throw an error when this is impossible. Then code that needs access to the current configuration can read that facet. See the zebra and stripes example for illustration of this approach. The styles are very fine with a background. Allow themes to override them. Start by defining a base theme. Styles the CM zebra stripe class. Different backgrounds for light and dark base themes. Next is, let me see if yeah, here I put before. Oh, but I changed the selector. Maybe if I change the class here, it's gonna work. Let's put CM editor. RCM contents. Yeah, don't get why this is not working. I think the break went already, so I think soon I'm just gonna finish reading the other stuff. I'm gonna take a break. Again, I think I will spend more time here. I'm gonna try to spend like maybe 3 hours more to close 8. Like I don't know, like I don't understand really well. It should be working there, so don't get why it's not working. But I guess I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time reading the... It's very complicated as well. Because like the thing is, I think I'm gonna have to... Like it's gonna be very difficult because I'm gonna have to make a bunch of different functions. And then like each function is gonna do something and then it's gonna to change the state. Like I don't get why this is not working as well. So I'm probably gonna have to spend a lot of time looking at the source code and just trying a bunch of different stuff, just see what works. Like the example was calling the function here, but maybe if I do it like this, it changes something. Although I don't think so. Yeah. It shouldn't be that hard, so... Like there's something going on, I think. It's because I'm using Next.js, something like that. Or maybe the thing changed. I don't know.
Simplify software development with the One DevOps platform. Start your free 30-day trial. The Mutation Observer interface provides the ability to watch for changes being made to the DOM tree. It is designed as a replacement for the older mutation events feature, which was part of the DOM3 events specification. Constructor. Mutation Observer. Creates and returns a new Mutation Observer which will invoke a specified callback function when DOM changes occur. Instance methods. Disconnect. Stops the Mutation Observer instance from receiving further notifications until and unless observe is called again. Observe. Configures the Mutation Observer to begin receiving notifications through its callback function when DOM changes matching the given options occur. Take records. Removes all pending notifications from the Mutation Observer's notification queue and returns them in a new array of mutation record objects. Example. / select the node that will be observed for mutations const target node equals document.get element by id, some id, / options for the observer, which mutations to observe, const config equals attributes. True, child list, true, subtree, true, / callback function to execute when mutations are observed const callback equals, mutation list. Observer equals for const mutation of mutation list if mutation.type equals child list console.log a child node has been added or removed. Else if mutation.type equals attributes console.log the $mutation.attribute name attribute was modified / create an observer instance linked to the callback function const observer equals new. Extensible extension mechanisms. Tuesday, August 27, 2019 architecture. The details at the bottom of this post no longer reflect the way things work in CodeMirror 6. See this post for an updated description. It has become fashionable to structure big systems as a number of separate packages. The driving idea. Facets as composable extension points. Tuesday, June 7, 2022 architecture CodeMirror. An extensible system, at its base, is a system that allows people to add additional functionality that was not anticipated by the core system. A good extensible system also makes sure multiple extensions that don't know anything about each other can be combined, and compose in ways that don't cause problems. The problem has several aspects. Composition. Multiple extensions attaching to a given extension point must have their effects combined in a predictable way. Precedence. In cases where combining effects is order sensitive, it must be easy to reason about and control the order of the extensions. Grouping. Many extensions will need to attach to a number of extension points, or even pull in other extensions that they depend on. Change. The effect produced by extensions may depend on other aspects of the system state, or be explicitly reconfigured. This post tries to explain code mirrors, a code editor library, approach to solving this problem. Facets and the editor state. A facet, in this system, defines an extension point. It takes any number of input values and produces an output value. Examples of facets are event handlers, where individual extension can define function that handle a given event. Editor configuration, like the tab size and whether content is read-only. The set of markers to style the content with, for example syntax highlighting. The set of gutters to show next to the content. When defining an editor state, you pass in a collection of facet input values, which together define the behavior of the editor. In a given state, each facet has 0 or more inputs. Their output value somehow combines these. It may simply be an array of input values, or some other function of them. Facets are defined as values and, optionally, exported so that third-party code can provide inputs. The core system defines a number of facets, but facets defined outside it work exactly the same as those defined by the core. Precedence. Often input values need a well-defined order. For event handlers, this determines which handlers get to go first, for example. For gutters, it defines the order in which they are displayed, and so on. The order in which the facet values are provided when configuring the editor state provides a predictable ordering for the facet inputs, and is used as a basis for precedences. So if you provide 2 handlers for a given event, the one that you provide first will take precedence. But sometimes the code that defines a facet value knows that it should have a given precedence, and you don't want to be dependent on the programmer using this extension to get the relative order right. For cases like this, the system also supports explicit precedence tagging, which assigns one of 5, highest to lowest, precedence categories to a given extension. The actual precedence of inputs is determined first by category, then by order. Grouping. A given extension often needs to provide multiple facet values. For example, a code folding system needs to define a state field to hold information on what is currently folded, key bindings to control folding, a gutter to display fold markers, and a CSS module to style its UI elements. To make this easy, extensions can be provided as arbitrarily deeply nested arrays. A function exported from an extension module can return an array of extensions, which can be included in a bigger configuration by just putting the result of calling that function alongside other extensions in the array used to define the editor state. The actual ordering of the extensions is created by recursively flattening this array, resulting in a single array of input values, each tagged with a facet. These are then reordered based on explicitly assigned precedence categories and split by facet to provide the actual inputs for a given facet. Deduplication. Because different extensions may depend on each other, and thus include each other's extension trees in their own extension tree, it becomes likely that people will end up with duplicated extensions in their configuration. For example, both the line numbers extensions and the fold gutter extension might use an extension that defines editor gutter infrastructure, because it can be wasteful or even break things to actually include such shared dependencies multiple times. Code Mirror's extension system deduplicates extensions by identity. If the same extension value occurs multiple times in a configuration, only the one in the highest precedence position is used. As long as extensions that run the risk of accidentally being used multiple times take care to statically define their extension objects, and always return the same object, this makes sure such shared dependencies don't cause problems. Things like extension configuration, which might be different across uses of the extension, can often be put in a separate facet, which combines the parameters given by multiple users in some reasonable way, or raises an error if they conflict. Reconfiguration. Some of the inputs to facets might change over the lifetime of an editor. And just creating a fully new editor state with a new configuration may lose information, say, the undo history, contained in that state. Thus, existing states can be reconfigured. The system supports 2 kinds of reconfiguration: full reconfiguration, where the root of the extension tree is replaced with a completely new set of extensions, or compartment reconfiguration, where you tag part of your initial extension tree as a compartment, and then later replace only that part of the tree. In either case, the data-driven approach to configuration, the code can compare the old and the new inputs, allows the system to preserve parts of the state that didn't change, and update the values of facets whose inputs did change. Dynamic inputs. Systems with a complicated user interface tend to, at some point, grow some form of incremental computation support. They need to keep the things they show to the user consistent with their state, but their state is large and complicated, and can change in all kinds of ways. A code editor is definitely a complicated user interface, and because it must be as responsive as possible, has a strong need to avoid needless recomputations. Facets help with this. For a start, they avoid recomputing output values when the facet's inputs stay the same, so code that depends on the facet can do a quick identity equality test on the facet's current output value to determine whether it changed. But it is also possible to define dynamic inputs for facets, which provide an input value, or a set of values, that is computed from other facets or other aspects of the editor state. The state update system makes sure that, if any of the dependencies change, the input value is recomputed and, if it is different than its old value, the facet value is also recomputed, as are any dynamic values that depended on that facet, and so on. Representation. Because most facets, for a given configuration, have a static value, their representation can be optimized in a way that avoids doing any work on state updates. This is helpful, because the editor state tends to be updated multiple times per second, and we don't want to do any superfluous work during those updates. When a given configuration is resolved, facets are categorized as either static or dynamic, depending on whether they have dynamic inputs. Each facet is assigned an address in either the static values array, which is reused as is on any state update that doesn't change the configuration, or the dynamic values array. The latter is copied on state updates, and the dependency graph between facets and other state fields is used to determine which of the values need to be recomputed and which can be kept as they are. Facets with no inputs at all aren't even stored in the state. When queried, the value that facet has with 0 inputs can be looked up from the facet.
Yeah, even after reading all of that, I'm not sure how should do like the correct way to do it. If I should just call these methods. I think what I'm gonna try next is just call the methods after I initialize the view here. Maybe should try it this way. I think I tried that as well here. It didn't work. I'm gonna try to call the other methods, see what arguments they need. And then try to do it here. It should be possible to use this one though. Because I think that makes a lot more sense. Because I'm trying to change the base theme of this one. The other thing I can try is putting inside of there. Let me see if the class is working. I think I'm using the content here. It should be this one. Maybe if I change this one, CM line, it's gonna work. But this is just one line, I think. If I do more, yeah, it's gonna add a bunch of lines. So this is the one that contains all of them. So it's not working. I didn't understand really well this thing here. Like I get that one is for the dark thing and the other one is for the light thing, but I don't understand really well how it works. Maybe the best way to test is if I remove the class from the parents. But it's clearly not working because there isn't anything here, so like, I don't understand. Either the documentation is wrong or I'm doing something wrong, obviously. But it's gonna be difficult to see, I think, to know. And what can I do here? Oh, I was gonna remove this thing here. Maybe I should put white here then. See if it's gonna work. Yeah, so next step is just look at the source code and try to figure out. I think the problem, but the thing is that now I'm passing as an extension here. So what I'm gonna do is just follow the flow of execution, I think. Just go back to seeing this editor view there, and then see, because this is gonna be the configuration objects, and see how the extensions work. How does it handle the extensions? And then what I have to pass here to make it work. Maybe I should search for code mirror styling extensions. And maybe I should ask ChatGPT as well. I think I'm gonna ask how to add syntax highlighting for Python. Just asking ChatGPT. I'm gonna paste all the code that I have here. And see what is the response. So yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break now and then continue this later. I think I'm gonna do 20 minutes a break. Then after the break, I'm gonna try to see if I can follow the execution on the source code and see if I can make it work. Like, just change any styling that I can. I think once I figure out like how to change like one piece of style, then obviously I can do everything else. So, right back. Okay, I think 1 hour and a half, and then I'll take another break. I think I won't talk much and just listen to music because I'm already tired. So I'm just gonna look into the source code and try to figure out here with ChatGPT as well how to change the style of this thing.
What a wicked game you play to make me feel this close. Oh, you feel when you hold me close. It's those missed calls. I don't answer, so he calls me from unknown. So you can show me love if you wanna. I still got a hangover, 'cause you pick me up and put me down. Here I am and it's over. Look across and it's cold where we used to build a top for hours. 'Cause If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours. If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours. If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours. If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours. If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours. If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours.
think I understand what is going on. I'm just trying to see if I can avoid having to use the library that they use there, because I think I'm gonna get is gonna be problematic with Next.js. But I think what this does is just creates the name of the modules. That's why the name is CM whatever there, because of this thing here. And then the spec is the attribute, I think. It is a method of the facet. And then it initializes the classes there in the beginning with the set attributes or something like that. But I'm just trying to think about like what is the best way to update. I think that like after you initialize here, you probably call the method on this myView thing. But it's like very weird to understand like what is the best way to do things. I don't understand, like, even after reading the documentation there. Like, should I put stuff on the inside of the extensions array? How does it work? I think from the documentation, I remember that you shouldn't change attributes like this as well. So it's something like you should put inside of the create, I think. So I think like probably the best way is to put here inside somewhere. But the thing is that when it's creating there, it looks like it doesn't use anything from this configuration to, unless I pass as an extension, but then I don't understand really well how it works. That's the problem. The issue is that I don't think it's worth trying to use the other library. I think it's just gonna be either the same or worse than this. And there isn't any other alternative, so yeah, just have to spend as much time as needed to figure out.
saw her and she hit me like that. Saw that thing so beautiful. That she just hit my heart. Oh, that full force and she got me like that. I be like, baby, why you so fine? Gotta make you mine. So hard to find. Baby, like, oh, how'd you do the thing? The way that you do it, and she ain't even show nothing. She be walking around so confident, so heaven sent. I think she was meant to knock them daylight. Like, girl, you so fine. Oh, 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 yeah. Girl, you rockin' like, baby, so fine. Miss Baby, girl, you knock 'em dead. She was so sublime, super fine. She was never lying, strutting in the heels or her slides. Either way, eyes on her every single day, week, year. Everyone wondering how she does it with no fear. All that confidence, was it heaven sent? Does it come within? Does it come run out? I don't know. She'll just have them running out and in. Man, they want to sin, talking deadly sin with Mrs. Lady. I don't understand why she hit them like. Girl, you knock 'em dead. Oh, oh, oh. How you do it, thing you do? Yeah, yeah. Baby, you knock 'em dead. I already said. Ooh, it's pretty at the end.
I keep you close, but not too close, baby. 'Cause I have learned my lessons lately. How do you think you win?
not possible to determine any sign of intelligence yet. It acts more as a reflex. One neuron, you're alive. Two neurons, you're moving. reflection we have today, can we therefore conclude that humans are concerned more with having than being?
Will we find it here? Keep on guessing, but it's never clear. Keep on running till we disappear. And I can't see, it's right in front of me. Getting everything that I believe, every minute that I wanna be. So far from here. The more I want to know, the more I hesitate. 'Cause when your eyes are closed, I'm dreaming wide awake. So what are we waiting for? About to lose control, about to feel the heat. Don't have to take it slow now that we're in so deep. So what are we waiting for?
like already. So you wanna dance, and you wanna be the bat out of hell. Follow my lead. You wanna dance, you don't know how to get it on the floor, man. Don't hold back for anyone. Close your eyes, just follow the inner light. You count on me. You wanna dance, you don't know how to get it on the floor, man. Don't hold back for anyone. Close your eyes, just follow the inner light. You count on me. So follow me to you wanna dance, I wanna lead. Sleight of the hand that you never see. You wanna dance, you don't know how to get it on the floor, man. Don't hold back for anyone. Close your eyes, just follow the inner light. You count on me.
The first time that I've seen this was on this project. I've seen this before. The first time that I saw that I was looking at the code, but I never saw this before. I don't know what it does. Maybe it's a typo, but I've seen like the condition here somewhere. So there must be a reason behind doing this. I think the main thing that I'm struggling to understand here is if I should pass things inside of the extensions, or if I should call methods outside here after initializing this. And if I should pass things through the extension, then why is this stuff here not working? So that's what I'm trying to clarify by reading this stuff. But I think it's gonna take a lot of time, to be honest. Maybe I have to try different stuff. I think I understand how to change, if I want to, the class. But the issue is that I'm not sure if it's the best way to do it, or if it is because when I'm going to deploy, I'm not sure if it's gonna work or not. And also the way that I'm thinking about it, I would have to copy the whole object that they have there, and then I would set like from outside, or I can change the source code obviously, and then it would work. But I think that this doesn't feel like it is the correct way to do it. So like there must be a way where I call the functions there that I'm not understanding, that they briefly talk about in the documentation, like calling these functions here. I just don't understand, like the facet here I don't understand really well. Like it seems like it is a class that allows you to join or compare different things, and it's used on the plugins there, on the extensions, but I don't understand like really well. It's confusing to me. You use it here, I think, like this is or this thing here will be a facet, and then there's several ones there. It's very confusing to understand. So I think that understanding like how it initializes the styles is really easy. You just call the function, then it, like there's a bunch of calls there, and then passes the object eventually, and that object has all the classes that the components have there. So to change, you should probably just call the function. Like I think if it would like, I think it's likely that it would work if I call this. Call the function from this thing here, and then just call with a different object, and then set to that object, and then I will have to copy most of this stuff, so I don't lose all of the other elements that they have there. But then, like, I think it's not probably the best approach. I think the correct approach is just to pass as an extension here somehow, or a property of this thing, but I don't understand really well. And it should probably be on the view, I think, instead of the state. It should pass this stuff. And then I also don't understand how it goes with the syntax highlighting. I think the syntax highlighting is probably going to be an extension that I probably pass here. Like this thing here. But I don't understand, like, I think it's going to be a function, this. Yeah, so it's probably not here the correct way. And this returns an extension. Or maybe it is through here. But it's outside of here, actually. Like here. Yeah, so maybe you have to call the thing. Then you have to pass highlighter. And maybe on the GitHub repo they have the thing. Try like this. I think this also go here probably. But it should pass. And it's trash to see because I haven't changed the color yet. Like if it takes too long, then I think I'm just gonna try the approach I'm thinking about, which is just to call the method. Call the function from the class, Then just pass the object. Maybe they have a section on extensions here that I didn't see. Maybe what I'm doing wrong with this, but I think I tried to just call the my view instead. Call outside of here. And it doesn't work. Yeah, it's not a function. Don't understand why though. I think maybe it's because it's a static method, that's why. But it should be part of the class anyway, though. So yeah, not sure. Maybe I have to create this and then pass as an extension. Yeah, so it looks like from this you have to create the stuff and then you pass this as an extension. I think this is it should be the correct way to do it, because it says at some point in the documentation that you can't assign values after. That's a bad way to do it. So I think you have to initialize everything on when you create and you pass as extensions, and then the modifications you have to do are also maybe this way is going. The modifications you have to do is before, and then you pass as the extension. Also, maybe I'm putting on the wrong thing here. So hopefully this works. Yeah, so this should be a facet. And then I put this inside of the facet. Which I still don't understand really well how it works. The problem is this color. I can't see anything.
Unexpected things are beautiful. You probably didn't expect to get.
That doesn't change anything. What this one is doing on the view. The other doesn't on state, I think. Yeah, here is on the state and the other one is on the view. I was definitely wrong. It's because of the way that I'm writing the thing. The best doc here. Yeah, but it shouldn't, because it should work when you put the... Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, so I don't understand why it's like they say you should be working here, but it's not working there. I think I want to take another break of 20 minutes and then spend 1 more hour. Probably not gonna be able to solve this today, and then tomorrow I'll continue to... I think I'm gonna see if there's any alternatives or if Ace is easier. Because this, like, it's very annoying. I think I can make it work with the function like I said before, but I just don't like the way that this is, and I might have to spend a lot more time trying to understand all of the source code to really be able to know how to use the extensions and how to do it the correct way. I don't understand why it's not working here. Like I think the issue is that it could be like several different things. It could be something from Next.js, from the state. It could be the style here. It could be like a bunch of different things. So it's hard to know. And I think I'm doing like the same thing as the documentation is saying to do. So it doesn't make any sense to me. Also, it's like confusing because they don't explain where to put this stuff here. But I think I tried like every possible way. It still doesn't work. I think a better way might be to just try the stuff that I'm thinking about, which is just to call this function here that it calls in the beginning. These update attributes here. So I'll call this directly from here, from this class. But I think like it doesn't sound right even if it works. Actually, I would have to call this other thing here. Yeah, attributes from facets. And somewhere here that it changes the thing.
And it's like the hook goes, something we all adore. The one thing worth dying for.
So I think this is a facet as well. Initialized in the beginning there. So this is where it changes the thing for the editor thing. Maybe it's on somewhere else, I don't remember really well where I saw. I think it's somewhere like here that it changes the class there of the... I think I could just search by the class easier. I think it's contents or something like that. Yeah, here on the base thing. This build thing changes. And it's done through this thing, which is the external library that uses the require, which is I think common.js import system. So it's gonna, like if I use that library, I think it's gonna break on Next.js, so I'm gonna have to use the dynamic import thing to make it work. And maybe it might not even work with that. So that's why I'm avoiding going this path. But here it passes this thing to this function, which creates this style module, which is gonna take all this configuration. So I think it would be possible to change if I call this function with a different spec and just pass the same arguments here as these ones. Base, team ID. Maybe create, just pass a new one, like import the library, then create a new name and pass here with this thing, and then pass this as the scope, I think, and then it's gonna go through this thing here, and then it uses this on the other one, on the stats attributes thing, I think. Or it's on the mount styles, I think. No, maybe. No, yeah. It's here. That's where it does. So it creates this facet from this state, from the other thing, then passes this. And then from this, it concatenates this other thing. So I think it's merging the thing from the state with the view, and then mounting on this class here, which is an external module. But it doesn't feel like it is the right way to try to do like this, like try to modify these functions or call the functions directly with different arguments to change the thing. But the other way is like very complicated, like it's very confusing to understand how to do this. Okay, if it was working the way that it is on the documentation, then obviously it would be easy, but maybe I can try this one. I didn't try this one yet. Just copy this stuff into another file, then import this from the file. Yeah, this is the the thing there. So if I use the other syntax to import this, I think it might break the thing. And I didn't look into the other parts of the documentation. Maybe that helps as well. Yeah, mount an additional style module. Oh, I think maybe I should make it, but I think I tried this, like make it equal to a variable here and then like let's zero base thing and then pass the variable instead, but I think it's not gonna work. Yeah, it doesn't have anything. Maybe it's something really simple that I'm missing. You can also search for this. Hmm. Maybe it's the way that I'm writing there. So the spec is gonna be this thing. I think it might be the way that I'm writing this thing. I should have marked the position so I can go back. I guess, no, yeah, maybe it's here. This is the stuff for the precedence level. It's gonna be lowest precedence. So maybe that's why it's not changing, because there's other things there that override this. It's also possible. Look into this one. But I think here there's a chance that I'm passing the wrong arguments here. So I'm passing an object with, so it's just gonna be dot, then base theme ID, like that, IDs. And it's the first argument to this thing. So it should be an object with the selector and the style. Yeah, let me take a 20-minute break, then I'll continue to try to solve this. So I'll be right back. I think 1 more hour and then I'll stop. Probably not gonna try to solve, just continue to study this. And then probably tomorrow continue to try to solve it. Until I eventually solve this thing. I think under like less circumstance, like if I spend too much time, maybe a week or something like that, then I will probably try to look for an alternative, look to use Ace or something like that, or see if there's any other one. I think coding this from scratch is probably not viable. So either make this work with this one or with Ace. But eventually I will figure out, I think, one way or another.
Wasn't what you wanted. Wasn't like they said it would be. Now I'm being honest. Oh, nothing comes for free. Falling into focus.
This is probably a facet because of the off thing here.
Feeling like it's hopeless. I'm looking for release.
Let me mark this first. I don't understand why this is a faucet though. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. It even says string here. So maybe, yeah, but this should be the class, I think, from the module. So, oh, maybe yeah, this is not this one. That's why. Oh, so yeah, this is just a global variable in the components. So again, it calls the build theme with this spec and prefix. Spec and options. And this is on the view. So I think I can try passing options there. It will be prefix with the module there. I think here you pass. Like this. And this is gonna be a list. Let's see. I forgot to show copy here. Oh, yeah, okay. So main is the prefix, which I think is a random name for the style module. And the spec is the object that I'm passing there. So it just creates this with this spec. I think I have to search for this thing here though, to understand how this library works. So just main and then the space and then the name. Yeah, but there's nothing here, that's the thing. And data language is Python here, which is interesting. So it should be working, I think. Yeah, so the tab is working. This automatically goes down automatically. It should be 4 instead of 16. Let's try this one as well. Weird. And it's still 16, I think. No, it's 4 now. It still goes in the middle. There's probably something that is centering the text on the div. Probably these classes here. Yeah, text align center. It's because of the next. Maybe the values in this thing here are messing up the thing, but let's remove this. Yeah, so now is the correct tab. So maybe this is the issue with the other ones, but I don't see why the color would make a difference. Let me see. CM editor. Oh, maybe it's but it shouldn't be. No, actually, it might be because of this. Because this class has, so it overrides when the other is not overriding. This one does. But there's nothing about the color here, I think. No, this is the color. This is the color of the text. Maybe this is the issue the whole time. And I had the feeling that would be something stupid like that. But I think it's worth it anyway. To spend all this time looking at this. And I'm probably going to spend a lot more time as well. Because the more I spend time thinking about it and looking, the better it is on my mind to understand how it works. So in case I have a problem in the future, it becomes easier to debug, I think. Like, regardless of if it works now or not, after removing this thing. And the thing is, like, even if it works, I'm gonna have to think about like how to style everything else on the site. Like if the styles here don't override the other ones, then like it must be also because I'm missing something. I think it's better to leave the color commented. And I'm changing the CM content as well. Like the carrots. And this shouldn't change the color of the thing. This should be changing the thing based on this. This returns the thing, returns this module, and then it puts here, but then it returns this, and then what? I think what happens is, since I'm calling inside of this thing, when it returns this, it's supposed to go over the things, the extensions in the array, and then merge them or something like that. I think this is the part that I have to understand more, because like on the initialization there, it doesn't do anything with the extensions. I think it does through one of the classes here. It's on the config and extensions. Config parent state. It has to be through these functions here. The thing is, it might be here as well. I don't understand these parts really well. I don't understand how this works. It's probably this facet again. I think it's this one. It's not the class. Yeah, it's this one. It's just a facet again. Facet define. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT again to explain how does a facet work. The utility class used for managing configuration and state in code mirror language modes. It represents a specific aspect of the editor state. The mode specific key map, which manage these aspects of the editor state in a modular composable manner. This promotes blah blah blah. Facet class provides methods to create, update, and retrieve facets. Yeah, but I think one thing I'm confident about, which is that I should figure out a way to do it through the extension there. I think I just need to clarify how the extensions work. And so many mistakes.
Who loves the sun?
You know, let's go back there. So it passes this facet into this other one from this state. Yeah, I don't understand how this works. Maybe it's a function, is not, and I'm looking at the wrong thing. I think that's probably what's going on here. Yeah, what is the state here? Yeah, I think I confused the two things. Oh, this view. Yeah, that's why I thought it was from the view. And this is the issue, so many states. It's gonna be hard to find the one that is initializing the thing. Whatever. So I'm assuming that this is the state from here, and this passes the other file as the, it passes this state here. It doesn't have any function called facets. I think what this does is just goes over the extensions of the states here. These extensions here. But I'm not 100% sure. And then it calls the update for each one. It passes the editor view. I think that doesn't make sense to me is this part here. Like, it has to be creating a list of all the extensions, but maybe I should try to see where this comes from. Because I need to know what this is, but for the based on the name here, it should be the configuration thing. I feel like I'm thinking that this is the part that initializes the extensions, but even if it does for the state and not for the view. I think maybe I should try to pass this stuff there. I think I tried that before. It doesn't work. But maybe I didn't. Maybe it did work. Maybe that's what I got wrong. Oh, finally. Got it. But I was pretty sure that I tried this before. So it was confusing. I think what was confusing me was both the documentation and the class here. Nice. I finally got it. Thank God. God damn. Like 8 hours later. Yeah, fuck yeah. Now I just have to figure out the rest of this stuff. I think it's gonna be easier because now I know that's what I was doing wrong there. So I think I get it now. Like the reason why is because the extensions don't work here. Because like this is probably what's initializing. But it's very confusing because like I think that this state, I think I saw this before, that this state is this function here. But I didn't like I don't understand the facet really well, like this concept of facet. And then why puts like you create another facet and it puts inside of this one, and then somehow we got a list or an array with the specs. Like this is the stuff that I think that it was very confusing to me. Also this thing I didn't see. But I think that it makes sense if that thing is like what creates the extensions, like what initializes the configurations of the extensions, because then that's getting from this state here, which was created through the view thing there. And it feels good to finally get it there, even though it took a lot of time. Also here it's probably changing the color like this because like that's the size of the editor, but I think I can just pass any property that I want there. It's gonna work. It's just pass like height and width here, and then I can just maybe I can make a Maybe I can pass this style here instead of passing this. Not sure if that would work. Like a styles editor. I'm gonna try that. But then should I pass as an object or just the value? If I could do this, then it would be great. But I think it doesn't work. It still has the other one. I think it's because of this one. Yeah, so it doesn't work. So what if I try with this thing? Yeah, it doesn't work. So I have to think if there's a way to create a variable and then use the same. So like on the height and width, I can make this equal to the height and width of the parent container. So that I can regulate from outside. Let's see. Maybe we can just make width and height 100% and it works. I think this should be on like this. That doesn't work. Oh, maybe it's because I'm doing it with the wrong class. Might be the case. This editor have 100%. So it's gonna be a challenge again to figure this out. CM editor. Let's try this. Yeah, there we go. Now it works. Color black, background white. Nice. Now there we go. It only changes the color when I focus, so just remove there. Because I think that, yeah, this, it has to be like this probably to work. No, it's because when he's focusing it's changing, and in the normal is this one. So if I do this, yeah. So when you focus, the color is white. So nice, there we go. Finally. Now I just have to figure out the Python stuff. Let's see if it works if I just move up there. But I think I tried this one and this one didn't work. Yeah, it's already here, so. No, but now like it changes the, I think it's like it's working, but it doesn't change the, I have to put another plugin or something like that to give the highlight of the syntax. Because I think the language, like there's a slight difference there, I think. me comment this out. Maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, there's no difference. And that's weird. Why is this thing not working? Yeah. Let me see if I call this stuff here. It doesn't work. Yeah, I need to fix the tab as well. Because this is very annoying. So I need to find a way to make the tab keybind. It's probably gonna be through this stuff here. But I wanna fix the Python syntax first, I think. Maybe I'll fix the tab first because the tab is more important, I think, than having highlight. I should work with this thing.
Understand what I'm trying to tell you.
Let's see if it works now. No, it still doesn't work. So annoying. I didn't see this before. And it's probably because of this.
I'm a storyteller.
Yeah, I'm very happy that I fixed the background there and find a way to style the thing. Like at least making some progress. So what's left, I think, is just the tab, the syntax, and the onChange thing. I think if I have these three things, then I'm probably gonna move on to doing the server side part. Like once I have the syntax highlighting and I know how to set up the onChange event so that I capture the input, then I'm gonna focus on because the rest of the parts, the things are not that important. I think it, like already has like can already use some Ctrl-Z, even though it doesn't work that well. Like it works, I think, for some levels. Yeah. So the Ctrl-Shift-Z only works for the last one. But I think like it's not that big of a deal. Obviously, it's better if it is like the more advanced it is. I think because the closer it is to a real IDE, then the easier it is to use, obviously. But I think that because as long as people can paste code, it's not a huge problem. I think just get the code from your own IDE or something like that, and then you paste. I think the other parts are more important to improve first, and they are going to be very hard as well to do, which is just receiving the data, then executing on the server side, sending the response back, and then structuring the response in a way that you're able to visualize on the canvas, and then also optimizing the visualization on the canvas so that is actually useful. I think the canvas is the hardest part, probably. Even though this is hard as well, the canvas is harder, I think. It's gonna be harder to figure out. It's gonna spend a lot more time trying to improve that. And also the transfer of data, I think, is gonna be very difficult as well. To figure out how to chunk the data into multiple, like into so it's always under the limit of the serverless functions. I don't know if I'm gonna use serverless functions or not, but I think it's very likely that I might have to chop it up the data, especially for big scripts, and yeah, and then like optimizing the visualization for thousands of nodes is going to be extremely difficult as well, I think. And also adding the event listeners to the simulation, doing the physics, and like there's so much stuff to do. So I think once I figure this out, the other parts here doesn't need to be, it's like just the very basic stuff that works, then I move on to figuring out I think I'm gonna redo the API. I'm gonna do it in Django probably again, but maybe test in Flask first because it's easier. I already have everything, so just set up the event just to test and see if it works, then I'll build the Django after I have the whole loop closed. I think these ones are working. It's the other one that fucks it up. Let's see if the control thing works. Yeah, first I'm gonna delete the other one because I think it's gonna, the mistake is gonna go away, I think. No, it's still, huh? So where is this coming from? Reading skull. It's because I'm not passing scope. Should have this base thing here. Maybe delete this. See what happens. Reading skull. Maybe this. Oh, it's this thing here. So it's one of this, probably. What the fuck? It must be from other ones then. Oh, it's probably from this thing. No. Highlight range. So this. Yeah, there we go. Let me see if the comment works. Yeah, it does work. Let's see this. It works. So I think that the Python thing is working, because otherwise you wouldn't put this as a comment. I think Python is just to identify the language, but it doesn't give the syntax highlighting. But this stuff I had before, and it's not working as well. I guess it's because of the I'm not passing an object here. Yeah, I think I should pass the highlighter, which is this thing, maybe. Highlight style, no highlighter. So I should pass an object inside of the thing. Yeah, now the Control Shift Z works. I just need to figure out. I think this is a lot easier than the other one. Just something here that I have to put, and then probably search on the documentation again. Ident with tab. I think I tried this one. It doesn't work. And I need to see.
And this open wide road running through the sky, hop a color blue, the summer in your mind. And this open wide road running through the sky, hop a color blue, the summer in your mind. And this open wide road running through the sky, hop a color blue, the summer in your mind. And this open wide road running through the sky, hop a color blue, the summer in your mind.
Oh, I need to pass the language. But pretty sure that it doesn't have. So maybe this is wrong. Let's see. Python. States. Yeah, because now it's gonna have a conflict with the other one. This thing here. Maybe I should just use the Python. Yeah, but I think I don't trust ChatGPT on this one. Let's try. It doesn't work. Wait, if I put Python as well, it works. Now it doesn't have indentation. Maybe before I had. So I think this thing here is correct. It just doesn't put the highlight. And this is not gonna work. This thing. If I do like this, it doesn't work. Oh, maybe. Let me see. So it's because of this. Yeah, so now it idents correctly. It's not gonna work. Yeah. Also need to figure out these ones. And this should be inside of there. It's in here. Let's see if this works. No, it doesn't work. Hmm. The highlight style. And it's not the same. Alright, so you wrap this thing here. I already have this. No. I'm gonna pass this thing inside of the other one. I think I don't have this library. There we go. Finally. There we go. I still have to solve the brackets because it doesn't do it automatically. But I think now is a lot easier. I'm starting to understand how it works. Yeah, so I think that's enough for today. I spent a lot of time here already. Probably gonna continue to do this tomorrow. Hopefully by tomorrow I can like style everything here, put this component on the other page, and then yeah, I'm not sure how long it's gonna take because maybe I get stuck again and have to figure out how to finish the optimization of this, like the stuff here, the on change thing, and also the brackets. I think after I do that, then I put this on the other page, then I'm gonna try to figure out how to send the data to the server so that I can execute, then pass the stacks back, then translate the data structure into a graph, and then put or visualize on the canvas. So you would write a bunch of code, then when you pass execute, sends the data, then comes back and then displays the visualization on the left. And I might do it on 2 separate pages, I think, depending on how hard it's gonna be to deal with the key mappings. I think that's one of the reasons probably why Python Tutor also does it in like 2 different pages, even though I don't think that you have the key mappings on their site. But yeah, if it's really hard, then I think it's better to just separate by 2 different pages, and then when you press the button you just navigate to the other page. Yeah, maybe that's even like it would be better because then like you can have more real estate when you're visualizing, like you have a lot more space to understand what's going on. So I think I'll have to think about this. Like also in the same page is more convenient, that's the thing. Because then you can like just write and you can look at the script as you look into the visualization as well. So think about this, but yeah. So probably gonna come back tomorrow, continue to do this stuff. If I don't come back tomorrow, then very likely 2 days from now, so see you then.